Late. Sorry. Passed out. Lack of sleep. I'm about, what, 3.5 hours late? Now, I think all my lack of sleep eventually caught up with me. Hi. Oh, you've got the tag, so it's... You've changed your tag. Sorry. What was your original tag? And how are you, Styles? And what have you been up to? Shelley! I know by the VIP tag it was one of them. But I think there's about... well, there's not many actually. 5. But I can't think straight. I passed out earlier today from lack of sleep. And just literally woke up. Hi, Shelley. I should have known with the hey hey. And how have you been? I can barely recognize myself. Yeah, literally, I passed out today. Well, when I said passed out, I went to sleep and couldn't wake. I got a massive 7 hours. Shelley. Yeah. Had I been on at my usual time, I would have been, just asleep for about 3, my usual time. It happens every now and again, every few months. My body just gives up. I suppose a kind of safety system. So, how have you been, Shelley? I've been at this thing here a good bit yesterday. I'm trying to work out the controls in this. And that. But I think the chimney system is wrong. I think I have to go up. Probably another half block. I think the smoke is inside. Yeah. I just literally woke up, Shelley. I'm sorry that you can't sleep. It's a horrible situation, isn't it? I've had it for a decade now. Oh, hi, Akum. How are you? Yeah, I'm a bit late. Over 3 hours. Yeah, I've been burning the candle, so to speak, on both ends, and eventually just went into a deep sleep. Well, I got a massive 7 hours. And how have you been? Yeah, not too bad. I'm running a bit of a cold. Yeah, that's made me a bit weak. But maybe that's why I slept so much. But this is my first one. It's still in progress. This is the start of what I want to build here. I think I picked a pretty decent spot on this biome because on this biome we've this is our biome here. This part here is the Black Forest, so I can't really venture out there. And this is a pretty massive map. You see what I mean? It's pretty massive. So this here, it's like it's cut off from the mainland here. We've got this little stream going around it. And I'll show you. I want to keep in as much trees as possible here. You see the river? So if I wanted to make this pretty big, see the river going around? You see that? So it's a perfect little spot. But I'm still getting used to the building system here. I think I made a mistake on the chimney. And this here, it's very, very hard to get the stat points on this, but given enough time it'll come natural. I'm sure Fallout was the same in the beginning. The small learning curve. Ah, that's good to hear, Akam. Yeah, I passed out. From lack of sleep, but I got 7 hours. And this, excuse me, this cold is a killer. And hi, Targ. And how have you been? Yeah, it's circular. It reminds me of it was Terry Pratchett, wasn't it, guys? Discworld, where each kind of a biome, let's say, like the mistlands and the plains, and it's like a circular disc. I think it was Mistlands, or no, Discworld, wasn't it? You remember that British author? I think even Sky Shelley picked up on it. I think they did some of his the Meta TV thing. Yeah, it was pretty round. I just woke up, Terry. Yeah, almost 4 hours late. But knowing me, I'll just keep on going on this. Excuse me, guys, but this cold has been murdering me today. I think that's why I slept so much. You know what it's like when you've got a cold. Your body just wants to heal. Oh my. Yeah, again, my condolences, Terry. Yeah, may you rest in peace. Now just give me a minute to clear my head. But it took me ages on this to learn out the system. The hardest part was the ground, not having a pickaxe. And even so, here I've got to work on this as well. It is not easy, but that I can get later. This chimney system. And this is not like Fallout. What I've noticed about this, you've literally got to be literally above each snapping point. So, and building, you know, jumping up on the building is not an option here. I fell twice and died. I literally fell twice. And just from here, just from that ledge, the tiniest fall. Yeah, tiniest fall will kill you. So what I need to do is I need to get up on this. Oh yeah, and food. I have a chance of surviving if my health is up to about 70 or 80. But by default it's just 25 and you've got to keep eating food to keep that kind of health. And it doesn't last that long. Yeah. Yeah. But yesterday the cold was quite light, but it's starting to get heavier. I think I've got a chest infection, Shelley. But you know what it's like, the stupid weather. It's all over the place. No problem, Terry. Definitely, yeah. I went into a kind of coma, vault. Yeah. But I think it was my cold. It really weakened me. But I got a massive 7 hours. Usually I only get 4, and it's timed perfectly for my stream, so I should have been on about 3-4 hours ago, so kind of works out that way. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it is, yeah. And to you too also, Tarek. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I hope you enjoyed. Oh, hi Stone Cold. Yeah, it's just a bit of a cold. It's weakened me a lot. I usually only work on about 3, 4 hours sleep every day. Not by choice, you know. But I went to sleep about 7, maybe even 8 hours ago, assuming I'd wake naturally. Again, I had an alarm as well, but my body must have just totally ignored it. I think it's the cold that's weakened me. But even before my injury, I never really slept a lot. 7, 8 hours max. You know, after maybe a 12-hour workday. You know. I must be getting old, guys. Yeah, it's a chest infection, I think. It's the stupid weather, Shelley. You know what I mean? The humidity at night, and then the little cold snaps we had here and there. And we're not really into cold snaps here anymore, Shelley. You know, the last time we get any real cold snaps, maybe it was maybe the 80s. You know. I'm glad you were online. I've been struggling. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Sorry. Hopefully it will pass. I know, I'm so lazy, Shelley. Yeah, the 7 hours will keep me going till Christmas, I think. Yeah, it is. I think that's what I just needed, yeah. I had no choice. Yeah, my body just took matters in itself. Exactly, Shelley. Or Vault. I think that's what it is. The brother's birthday today. First one since he passed away. Oh my. Oh. It's hard, isn't it? It's the birthdays we remember, Tark. I do as well. Gets a little bit better in time, but I won't lie. It never goes away. It's always sad for me around Christmas. No, I'm always here. I might oversleep sometimes, Terry. But I'm always here. I always thought so. I keep saying, well, I'll sleep enough when I'm dead. That's me as well. Shelley, you just named it for me there. In a nutshell. No matter how much I sleep, I'm not much better off. I know my body needs it, but I don't feel refreshed. And hi, Herb. 44, thanks for following. Appreciate it, and welcome to the community, Herb. And how have you been? And you must forgive me, Herb, I'm running some kind of deep cold or chest infection, so I might be all over the place. Oh, from Mexico, cool. I'm from Ireland, Herb. I hope you've been well. Could really do with some of your weather here. Yeah, it's pretty rainy and dreary here. And I think I've picked up a really bad cold. Me, let me see. To be honest, almost never. Probably, yeah, when I was a kid. Yeah, when I was a kid. Well, whatever little sleep I used to get after my neck injury, you know, that became a thing of the past, Shelley. It is. It is. No, it's not COVID, Terry. I lived a life of a hermit. I doubt it very much it's COVID. No, it's a chest infection. Well, at least I hope it is. Now you've got me thinking, Terry. Maybe the COVID fairy paid me a visit. But I've avoided it so far. I doubt it. But you never know. Possibility, I suppose. I don't think Crocs can get COVID. Yes, I play on Xbox. This was released a couple of days ago. Herb, yeah. Always played on Xbox. Always been a console player. Never played on PC. Never even used a PC. And I've been around long enough to almost remember when there was no PCs. Just too old, I suppose. It does, yeah, it does. It kicks in. It does kick in, Shelley. Can't harm the little people that much. Yeah. So this is what I've been doing. I was doing this, I came back home for a few hours after I stopped my stream. Maybe that's where I made my mistake. I should have gone to sleep straight away. But you know the old system. New game. You know what I mean? You want to really get into it and play it like a kind of... Remember when you were a kid and the presents were under a tree on Christmas and you'd sneak down maybe early Christmas morning, that kind of thing. This is the only game I've seen in, since Witcher 3 that I actually wanted to play, you know? Yeah, this is, I think, just day 3, guys, isn't it? Yeah. I got it on its release. I think it was around 10 or 11 p.m. and couldn't play it till after 12, so I usually stream Herb 4 hours ago. My stream starts, and I've only been on, 18 minutes, so I'm probably about 4 hours late. Yeah, I'm running a bit of a flu and overslept. It does. There's a lot on this Herb to take in with the building. I do a bit of building in Fallout 4. But, you know, the system in Fallout 4, when you're doing a base for a building, it's simple enough. You know what I mean? But here it's very, very complicated. I think it's because I haven't got the tools yet. You know how way you've got to progress. But what I really need is the pickaxe. You know what I mean? So I've been working on this one here. And this is what I've been practicing on here. And if I make a mistake, I won't be able to take down the height level. Now apparently later on in the game, I get a chance to cover that with grass as well. Now, I found a system here. You can't really put that on wood. But I found if I raise the ground, you know what I mean, up high, just a tad past this, and then place that, and then remove the ground, the fireplace stays, so we can have some nice wood as well. No, I've always despised Guinness. Shelley, I think it's horrible. Absolutely. Yeah. I've always been a vodka guy. My name is... No problem, Herb. No problem. On my account, there's a kind of... how can I put this? My account has been bugged for the last, oh my god, 7-8 years. I was around to Microsoft. I follow 49 people, and when I add 50, I can't get on the Ubisoft servers on Black Flag, and I tend to play that every so often. They wanted me to change my tag, but, you know, to fix the problem. And that was, what, 6 years ago. But my tag I don't want to change. Really? Like this? I suppose it is crazy like this. Strangely enough, I had a strange conversation with a person before, actually. Yeah. Oh, yeah, probably some kind of panic attack. Hmm. No problem. I know you're real, Terry. But I was talking to a person before, and yeah, same as from Ireland, blah blah. We were talking, online, obviously. And then they asked me, had we internet in this country? When we were literally speaking on the internet. Yeah, maybe not exactly a rogue scholar, I'm thinking. But imagine that. Not the fact even that, that everywhere has internet, you know. Um, but the fact that we're actually speaking on the internet. Ask me, had we got internet here? Oh, hi, Soul. And how have you been? I hope you've been well. Yeah, some strange people. I've had a bit of practice on this today, but between lack of sleep and this nasty cold soul, I'm about 3.5 hours late for my stream. Oh, driving a long trip, 4 hours. Oh, I hope you arrive safely and be careful. So, yeah, be very, very careful. And eyes on the road, so. Well, this is what we've been doing here. So I still have to finish this. But I've been trying some designs on this one. But I think that's not bad as a starter fireplace. We can do our cooking as well. And more sleep as well. Only audio. Ah, that's good. You got the hands-free stuff in that as well. Oh, excuse me. I've got to blow my nose. What moment? Oh yeah, this cold is starting to kick in. Now, the problem I find with this is, well, basically, light problem. Now, I'll roughly put something in here for the time being. Just to add some light, and what we'll do then is I'll put it in properly later. Well, I'm obviously not going to leave these here. We'll scrap them later. I'll have a little bit of experimenting later on this. I'm thinking if I could find a way, you see, I want to put one here and see if that piece will kind of snap over it. Oh, yeah, it's been pretty bad. But I've been complaining about it so for the last week, but it's been very light. But it went into overdrive early yesterday. I think it turned into a chest infection. And that and lack of sleep, yeah, kind of knocked me for six, I'm afraid. Oh, is it cold here? No, actually, the temperature's pretty okay. It's never been really cold, really warm here. I've always considered this country to be a kind of Goldilocks zone. The problem is the temperatures change drastically from being very humid. For me, anyway, where I am in the Midlands, very humid at night, and then maybe a little bit cold during the day, then a little bit hot, then a little bit cold. Drastic temperature changes. It's a nice spot. It's very, how could I put it? Very serene, very scenic, very, very old, Herb. Just like your country, you've got the pyramids and all of that. Not Mayan. Inca, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. There's some very, very old structures here as well. I'd say you would like it, Herb. I was so happy today. Really? I don't know if I told you, but I moved to the UK for work. Ah, nice. And today, for the first time in a year and a half, I found a thought. Oh, yeah. Awesome. You found one. You're lucky. Yeah. Tell me, did you hit the jackpot? Did I sell some Tato as well? Because you're wasting your time with the orange club soda if you haven't got a bag of Tato to go with that. Yes, and I think this is what's giving me all these colds and stuff. But did you notice that, Tarek? Well, probably you don't, but I do. But since the 80s, the nights, it seems like every decade, each night is getting more and more humid. Like, we're regularly, here where I am, 90 in humidity scale. Yeah, regularly. And I find it very, very hard to breathe, like, in that kind of humidity. Mm. Yeah, I used to love Club Lemon, Targ. But my ulcer, you know what I mean? And you remember the old school, let's say, when they used to sell those cod pieces in the takeaways? I mean the real cod, not the junk they give us now, that tiny little sliver of cod and about 10 ton of uncooked batter. You know the old school cod? Yeah. Ah. Walkers. Oh, you traitor. Shelley, you traitor. You've switched to the dark side. Oh my god. If you have to eat the walkers, try the roast chicken if they still do it. They weren't too bad. Yeah, it's pretty strong. It's Club. Club is the name of the company. It's an old one. I think Club is run by CNC, isn't it? Colleen and Cochrane, isn't it? Yeah, it's an old company here. But what you really need to do, there's two things. Well, there's a few things if you can get your hands on it involved. Let's say, club soda, and that's one. Uh, there's a kind of potato crisp. Um, here, a kind of salted thing. You need to get your hands on some Tato. It's spelled Tayto. Pick the cheese and onion one. Yeah. Gives you a horrible breath, but they're quite nice. You gotta try those as well. Yeah, yeah. Kinda like that here, flipping. Pretty quick, yeah. To be, let's say, a little bit cold and then overwhelmingly humid, you know? Mm. Yeah, but it's pretty hard on the stomach, Shelley. If your stomach isn't 100%. Mm. You better, yeah, you better confess that that you've switched to walkers. Oh my, that chest infection is bad. Yeah, you'll have to confess your sins. Yeah, it is, yeah. Yeah. Ah. But what I found with certain drinks in that, vote. The recipe and flavour tends to vary, from country to country. Oh yeah, I got one of them right. Cantrell and Cochrane. Yeah. Yeah. I knew it was something like that. Yeah, my voice is all over the place, Shelley. I'm running a really bad cold. Oh yeah, you definitely need those. It's just a cold, and thanks for that, sir. You know what I mean? I was bound to get a bad cold eventually. Definitely, those two together. But I remember when I used to be overseas working, and it wouldn't bother me for a few months, and then I'd start obsessing, about them, and I don't eat them much. But there you go. Also have a further arrival here, potato. Yeah, and king. I couldn't do the king. There's too much salt. I know there's a lot of salt in potato as well. But my god, the amount of salt that king put on their crisps, it's unbelievable. Yeah. Yeah, the king seems to be a kind of a Jackeen thing. Yeah, you're probably right there. Yeah, it is kind of a Jackeen. Hmm. No problem, Terry. I hope you managed to get some rest. And again, my condolences. You know about the passing of your uncle. I hope he rests in peace. Have a good one, Terry. Take care and stay safe. Bye. And sleep well. There's also a retro sweets there, never mind. There's Kimberly marshmallows. Nice. I've always preferred the Mikado. I have a bit of a sweet tooth, shall I? Kimberly are okay, but it has the ginger, you know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That would be Jacob's. That place has been around forever, that Jacob's. But did you know, Shelley, that during I think it was the Easter Rising in Dublin, when they took over a GPO and got shelled, simultaneously, and the workers at Jacob's rebelled as well. Yeah, that was a big, I remember that from history. That's the same company that would make those biscuits. The Jacobs factory. There's a ton of memorials down my side. The guys that died in that. Yeah. And Toronto, yeah. Oh, that's good. Yeah, you might find something you like. I wouldn't mind if there was more here. There is a lot of alternative foodstuffs moving in here as well, but mostly to cater for the influx of migrant workers that we've been having. So it would be mostly, the Polish shops, and then you have the Italians and the Chinese have been here really setting up shop since probably the 60s, But I'd like to see more of. I do. I remember that. What I can remember back to stuff, that I can remember. That Snickers bar, wasn't it? Yeah, that used to be called Marathon. They changed the name. And Fanta. That's another kind of unique one. Well, that's actually German. Yeah, Fanta is actually German. But that's been here forever. As long as I can remember. They do, don't they? Yeah. And breweries as well. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Fanta has a strange history. It's part of the Coca-Cola company, the German arm of it back. I think going all the way back to the mid-20s. Yeah, it has a strange history. But I've never cared for Pepsi much. I've always found it too sweet. Coke is pretty sweet, but I'll tell you what, if you're outside on a summer's day and you're working, you know the dust and you're gardening, you can drink whatever you want. You'll always have the dust in your throat. But if you drink Coca-Cola, it's the only thing that works. It's like a kind of it's like a kind of acid, cleansing acid. Will clean all of that dust out, you know. But I don't particularly care for it. It's just, you know, if I was working outside on a summer's day with all that dust going around, I find it quite good. Now, this is what we're going to do. I have to start doing the upgrades on this, so we'll have to zoom back in a moment. This is where I'm doing my starter settlement, so I've got most of my stuff in storage back here. Let me just zoom in. You see, we're here. And I would just put a marker here. Settlement. Right? We can always delete that after and we can name it, you know, once we do a bit of work. Now, we only have the basic tools to work with, and I've got to get up there and remove that stupid thing. So I'm still learning about this game. This will be able to probably blend down a little later. What I want to do with this eventually is kind of come out a bit and drop down here. I want to keep as much of this as possible. So we're probably talking about some kind of a protection system along here. Probably a large wall. Or something like that. I still haven't kind of worked it out. Maybe not the best place for a settlement. But it's a pity about, you know, having no place really flat enough where you've got to build up the ground. Early on in the game, I'm noticing it's almost impossible to level the ground. And the whole system of building in this game, there's a stability system where each piece you put in gets weaker. But if the ground system is not level when you're laying in the foundations, there's no way you can build a house, which is kind of cool, to be honest. It makes it kind of realistic, you know. Yeah, yeah. I've never really liked Fanta, even today. But I remember in up until the mid 80s, Shelley, Fanta was literally undrinkable. It was only around 87 that changed the recipe and gave it a bit of sparkle, a bit of fizz. But I remember back in the early 80s, Fanta was like you got a glass of water and put some cordial in it. It was tasteless, vapid, horrible, absolutely horrible, undrinkable. It's barely drinkable today. I've never been a lover of Fanta. Hmm. Fanta lemon is kind of okay. Yeah. Yeah, they actually did. Yeah. It was a kind of tonic thing. He's always been, let's say, the founder of that company was always kind of portrayed as a kind of, you know, those traveling salesman guys who would come from town to town, you know, selling these elixirs and probably, you know, getting run out of town. But yeah, but those times, everyone was actually on cocaine and wasn't illegal, and they were putting it in everywhere. Mm. No. Mm. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. One of your favorites. Nice. Yes, a lot of it can be sentimentality. I agree. Hmm. Ireland is awash with cocaine. It is, isn't it? But it's easy. You just get a can of cocaine and some ingredients. I've noticed here we seem to be kind of almost 20 years behind. You know, if most of Europe was having a problem, you know, it takes about 20 years. And then we're right in the middle of it too. Yes, that's right, Jemsa. A kind of snake oil salesman, yeah. That's the word I was looking for. That would be a kind of, yeah, a kind of US term. This kind of con men that would go around putting God knows what into tonics, you know, saying that it will cure everything. Well, yeah, cocaine will cure a lot of things. Yeah. But cocaine, that would have been all legal, you know, those days. But actually, there's a lot of food you can get today that has trace amounts of cocaine. I think they found. Oh, Red Bull. There was a big scandal about Red Bull. There was trace amounts. Now, when I say trace, I mean tiny, tiny trace amounts. Obviously, it wasn't added on purpose, but how cocaine would get into the mix is beyond me. But there you go. Or maybe it was just a rumor, you know. But that's the term I was looking for, right? Snake oil salesman. Hmm. Kind of, yeah. But I've noticed Stone Cold. Foundation is everything. Absolutely everything. Took me a long time to get a feel for it. But until I get all the proper tools, you know, I won't be able to see what I can do. Ah, I see. Did not stay out long. They still mostly play on stage. No, we do not. We have it too good hairstyles. When am I stream every day, Herb. I was a little bit late coming on. You see, I'm retired. I have zero else to do. It's usually about 1 a.m. A GMT. So I think that would be about 7, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, US. So you're in Mexico, so you're further south. So I'm guessing around 10 p.m. your time, Herb. Yeah. I'm not sure of your time zone, but I stream every day. Hmm. How can people complain about Red Bull? It literally contains. Probably. uh, Nintendo 64. Nice. You have to start with. Yeah, an outline. I learned that the hard way. But I'm getting it. I'm getting it. Yeah. I've noticed in this Stone Cold, the building system is way, way different than Fallout. You literally have to be above the object. You know what I mean? Like usually in Fallout, when I'm placing something, for the most part of the time, especially here, you got to be almost looking down on it. And angle is everything. You know, snap angle. It seems to be everything in this game. Yes, yes. That's what I'm finding a bit hard to get used to. But once I get into a system, I fell once or twice off this and died. And you see the bits I've scrapped are still up there. I'll have to go get them. But I think I messed up on the chimney system. I think it needs to be higher. I don't think the smoke is getting out. So I've come to the conclusion that it has to be 2 meters. 1 meter doesn't seem to be cutting it, you know? I think it will have to be 2 meters up. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is the right width. It's a 1 square. It's 1 floor panel. But I noticed something else as well here, which is obvious really. I put in that X and that stops it the same as a full panel. But I think we need one full one like this to let the smoke out. Yeah, I don't think a half square does it. But I'm just kind of experimenting with this. But I did a little design on this. Oh, that's not bad as a starter. You know what I mean? Seeing as I've only been playing it 3 days, you know? And you see this? These guys snapped wrong. You see that one there? So I'll probably have to take these down and line them. See the tiniest little snap? You see that there? That one is okay. So little things like that, but I'll be going over this after again. I was thinking about, putting some chests. Not a ton of furniture at this stage, but I don't think there's a ton of furniture in the game, to be honest. Yeah, literally counts for a panel. Yeah. Off topic game question. Game questions still. Yeah, sure. Jemissa. Yeah, far away. We're all pretty informal here. You can ask whatever you want. Yeah, it's okay to ask. Yeah, exactly. I've noticed that as well. You've come so far building in just a few days' time. Yeah, and once I learn the ropes, I'll be able to do some nice things. Just need to get over that learning curve. No, it's not easy. It's confusing, but I'm learning. My best style would be to get above the building. Less frustrating for me. Easier to snap. Oh, nice, RuneScape. Hi, New Meta Plus. There are several decor items. Yes, that's what I've heard. I've got to progress. I kill the boss, I get a pickaxe. Yeah. And then when I get a new material, I get a new piece of furniture or something. But to get these new materials, I need new tools. And to get new tools, it's geared up, so I've got to explore. At the end, I'll be able to do, stonework and all that. I'd love to do a castle in this. You know what I mean? But I'm getting it. Meta Plus. What people from other countries would like to visit. If they came to the USA, we take stuff for granted sometimes. I can only speak for myself, Jemissa. But let's say in Mexico, I would definitely, like to see the ancient sites. We're talking about Inca, wasn't it? The Inca ruins and that. That's what would interest me. History. I love history. And a lot of people that come here will come here for the history as well. We've got some really old buildings, some dating back to, 3000, 3500 BC. And then, let's say, commonplace here would be old castles and that, let's say, dating back from the 12th century, But if I went to Mexico, or North America, anywhere in North America, likes of the Grand Canyon, that stuff, especially the natural wonders, would really interest me. But I think everyone takes their own history, let's say, for granted, Jemissa. I don't think you would be alone in that sense. We do here as well, Build temporary ladders, yeah. That's what I'll need to do. And some kind of platform system. Hmm. Pacific Northwest when driving right down. Oh, nice. Hmm. Oh, well that's cool then. Yeah. Have you any idea, Jemisa, what part they came from? Hmm. Oh, I'd like to do that, Route 66. I'd love to go on a road trip. Yeah. Hmm. Our history is kind of bad. The left fist. I think if we delve back into all our histories, it's colourful. Yeah. I don't think there's a country out there that can't dig up some dirt on its own history. Though, wherever you're from, left fist, it's pretty much like that everywhere. Even in this country. Every country. There's good and there's bad, just like people in our history. The most important thing is not to bury one's head in the sand like an emu. You have to understand and acknowledge, your country's history. Only then you'll, not repeat the mistakes of the past. I've seen a fair bit of the States so far. Never been to North America, Tarek. Probably everywhere in Europe, even North Africa, but never North America. I did have a chance when I was younger, but I accepted a job in Denmark instead. Maybe I should have. Yeah, I'm too old now, but I might go for a holiday sometime. You know, Kinsale. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, remember that was in the media there a while back. That gas company moved in. That was a big scandal. They tried to railroad all the locals. Yeah, I remember that Kinsale thing. Cork is nice. Yeah. They're still getting floods down there. You're from that area, aren't you, Shelley? You're from the Cork area. Hmm. 80% Irish. That's a lot of Irish. Nice. That's a lot of Irish, left fist. Hmm. Utah. Utah Mormon country, isn't it? Yeah. You would probably be referring to the Mormons. I wouldn't mind that. I have a lot of respect for somebody that, let's say, would forego technology, but I don't think I could live without my Xbox and my internet. I think not being relying on technology is a good thing. But I think sometimes maybe you can take it too far. But they do have a point about information technology in a way. It's a double-edged sword. But I don't think hiding from it is going to help. Hmm. Also, Roundstone in Galway. Yes, I am originally. Yeah, Galway is nice. Yeah, so is County Clare as well. It is, isn't it? Yeah. In Bryce, Zion, in Utah. Not the ones. They're from there, aren't they? Utah, isn't it? Yeah. As in Utah got salt flats. A large kind of salted earth thing. I remember reading about it. Mm. No, no. It's a pity because, history's a big learner, guys. 20 years. Yeah. My late sister as well was in nursing. Yeah. Oh, and that's commendable. No greater calling, Vault. Yeah. Oh, now that's what I like. Yeah. I have a big interest in archaeology. I genuinely love history. Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Is it Amish? Ah, I see. My bad. My apologies, guys. Amish, I'm thinking about. Yeah. Ah, Pennsylvania. Sorry about that. Oh, I see. It's got a lot of nice places. Natural. That's where I'd like to be. Yeah, yeah. Forgive my ignorance, guys. I've never been to North America, and the cultures there, I don't know much about. I hope I wasn't offensive. It was just my ignorance. Oh, nice, Kilkenny. Yeah, it is, the cats. Yeah. They can be a bit boisterous in Kilkenny, to be honest. Especially after a match. Hmm. No, I don't know much about the culture. You know what I mean? But I don't know, on TV it's kind of portrayed in that way. It goes to show you too, how something is portrayed. But then it kind of seeps in and, you assume that's how it goes. Hmm. Hmm. Ah, I see. Yeah, I'm in my 50s as well. They serve to do things that were wrong, yeah. Love my country, but not afraid to face some of the past. Yeah, you have to move on to make it better. If you don't acknowledge the past, um, yeah, you'll never have a future. In the same way, you can't dwell in the past either. We've had a turbulent millennia here. Hmm. Yeah, no problem, Jemison. German and Amish, yeah, and Quaker. And Amish. Ah. Yeah, it is, but when it's all you know, stone cold, and you take it with a grain of salt. Um, but then, let's say, in the heat of the moment when you're having a discussion, it probably steeps into your psychology, into your head, and you automatically assume. Then let's say that if one culture looks the same, I know they probably act the same. And thanks for following the Left Fist. Appreciate it and welcome to the community. Yeah, yeah. But I didn't mean it to be disrespectful. I meant it as a kind of compliment. I have the greatest respect for people who go out, let's say, from the norm, and want to make their society better. And if they think to a certain extent, you know what I mean, um, to live natural, you know, I think people would be a lot happier if they didn't have so many distractions. Like you see kids today, they wake up depressed in the morning if they don't get like 5,000 likes on their last selfie. You know, their priorities are kind of skewed. You know, and I see kids today, very very depressed, and their suicide rates are off the charts. You know what I mean? But I think it was different in my day. There was no big social media, so you didn't know too much about what was going on. So, you know, you'd look around and, you see what's going on there and you'd compare your life probably to that. But now you've got, kids looking at that and, seeing other kids going around in jets and, villas and all of that. And they think, well, that should be me, or this is what it is to be normal, and this is what I've got to have, or I've got to look a certain way. I can't be overweight, and I've got to wear all this makeup and all that kind of thing. So in a sense, it's harming. But like everything else, social media There's a lot of good information there. It's the world at your fingertips. We've never had so much information before. But like everything else, we're using it the wrong way. You know what I mean? Hmm. Yeah, you should. It's a really nice place. I would suggest you keep away from the cities, Jamisa. Go to a kind of rural place like Galway, maybe, or the likes of Clare. Never plan anything to a certain extent. When I go somewhere, I don't like to plan. I don't know which hotel or anything I'm going to stay, and I like to kind of pick out the little quirky places, the little villages out of the way. You'll find some amazing things. Yes, it is. It doesn't have to be, but it is. It doesn't have to be. Capitalism has been refined, with every generation, up to, I would say, in my opinion, the 1970s. And now, you know what I mean, it is crushing. It is. With the rise of corporations and the influence they have on policy. Um, mm, Hopefully that will change. But that's just my opinion. Hmm. I've been boomered into oblivion in that argument. Really? Hmm. Hmm. But it's freaking true. The evidence is here. I see it developed with my eyes. You know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. Social. I see. Yeah. It would be, yeah. Like, I remember I was waiting at an airport. I was trying to catch a flight. Very sad thing. I think it was my sister-in-law passed away. But anyway, I needed to wait for about 15 minutes, so we were waiting outside the gate. There was 6 or 7 other people with me. And there was me and 2 other guys, let's say about my age. And then, let's say about 5 other people, all guys, strangely enough, about 6 or 7. They would be ranging from mid-20s to mid-30s. And I'm going back maybe 10, 15 years ago. And we were waiting there anyway, hands in our pocket looking kind of awkward. And we were trying to, the 3 older guys like me, we were trying to, strike up a conversation of great weather we were having and, you know, how are you doing kind of thing. We were literally communicating. But the other guys, they were standing, I mean literally standing in a line, and each one of them had a cell phone in their hand, and they were motionless, and they were twiddling their thumbs on these phones. With their thumbs, and they were twiddling. They stood there for 15 minutes without moving with these cell phones. And me and the other guys, we were kind of glancing them, every now and again with utter amazement. It seemed like it was like a cult, that they were literally spaced out, that they were on some really heavy drugs. But you could notice in their eyes there was like a kind of emptiness, you know what I mean? They were absolutely obsessed with what they were doing. And it was kind of scary. I found it scary, you know what I mean? That would control your life like that. You know? I've seen 2 young teenagers, and it would have been 15 to 16, and they were in a shopping mall. And I know one of them. There would be a kind of relation, I suppose. But there were 2 friends, and they met up. And you know how they used to talk? Both of them would sit on the bench in the mall and text each other. And they were about 6 feet apart. They couldn't talk. They literally couldn't physically talk to each other. You know what I mean? And the problem with social media is it tends to bring out the worst in everyone. You know what I mean? And I think the likes of probably Twitter, you know what I mean? And maybe even TikTok will show that. When you're speaking to a person, it's much different. But if a person hides behind a tag, and I'd like to say it's their true self, it's not. It's not even their true self. It tends to bring out the worst in some people. you know. Unbelievable. It's a problem, Vault. It is. This lack of social interaction, they become very withdrawn, very awkward, hard to express themselves with other people. It does not bode well when they grow up. They'll get married and they'll have kids, and it'll probably end in divorce and bad relationships. You know what I mean? They'll probably have the social skills of at 60. They'll probably have the social skills we had at 20, and by then it's too late. You've got a lot of baggage then from bad relationships and stuff like that. Hmm. Phone in hand, still the way around. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Really, I must check that out. Yeah. Hmm. It's alien to me, but it's the way it's going to be, Vault. When our generation is gone, the generation that you see doing that, they will run the world. You know what I mean? Yeah, it is. It is. And the sad thing is, imagine at our age, the internet. Anything you want to know within reason. There's a lot of kind of sham websites and a lot of lies floating around the internet as well. But the world is literally at your fingertips. You know, when I was a kid, you could only dream of something like that. And what has the internet been used for mostly? It's been used for TikTok, selfies, gossip, trolls, and porn. That's what it's been used for. It's not been used, well, a little bit for education, and bettering oneself. But it's mostly used for bad things. Mm. And profit. It all goes to profit. Yeah, it literally does. And attention. Yeah, it does. It all it all starts and ends with the buck, doesn't it? The power for good is confounding yet. Yeah, it's festering mostly. And a distraction at best. Yeah, definitely Vault. Oh, hi Blonde. The game is on sale on Steam. I'm thinking about getting it. Yeah, you should. It's pretty good. It's it's kinda hard. You get killed pretty easily if you don't do the grinding. It's a game that will reward the kind of grinding I do, Blonde. But it is a survival game and a kinda harsh one. But I think you'd like it, Blonde. Even like gaming has engagement. Yes, everything has. Everything had. Left fist. And good morning, Das, and how have you been? I've started a little late, unfortunately. I was a bit sick and overslept. So I started about 3 hours, even 4 hours late. When I was a kid in the 80s, I never thought I'd be chatting with folks from other countries. There you go. Same with me. Yeah, exactly. Or I wouldn't think, let's say, our frame of mind, or let's say, our system would be so alien now. You know what I mean? It was pretty straightforward. Ah, that's good to hear. I'm running a bit of a cold, Das, but not much. I think I've got a chest infection. And it literally wiped me out today. And I overslept by about 3 hours, but I probably needed, so... Yeah, my apologies, guys. I'm usually not that late. Now, this is day 3 in this game, Das. But I've come up with this. But remember, this is the start of the game, so we don't have access to all the materials. So I'm trying to build myself a little base. And obviously I'll do some... Well, there's not a lot of decorating, but I will be putting in chests and stuff like that. I might change the design. I still have some building work to do in this, as you can see. But I've been holding back on it a bit. Now I'll have my workbenches and stuff here. Eventually. Well, I'm thinking about putting 2 beds here, even though I'm by myself. one each side, and then go with the torches and maybe some chests by the window, maybe. You know? Or maybe even taking that out there and just leaving one window, which might be better, you know? I'm thinking something like that. And then we'll pretty it up with... We'll see if we can, you know, once we progress, we'll be able to do more in it. But I think I've been at this for a while today. And I've noticed with the snapping system, you see where that's offline. I'll take this down in a moment. And I'll make sure everything is perfect. So this is my first draft of a rough starter house with the materials we have. And that, of course, will have to be built up. This is a bit ambitious here. I want to put the deer rack out here under a window. And what I've done here, you see this? I want to repeat it on this side, but I'll have to raise it up, right up to window level. So it's kind of ambitious. And this here was kind of hard to do. I've found a fascinating thing, guys, in this game as well, but you probably know because you played. Here I'll be running across and blocking this off. So I might have to extend on the other side. Again, so it's a big job. But this is my kind of practice house, you know what I mean? And if I fall from here, I'm actually dead. This is a problem as well, you see this? And there's something on the other side I'll have to get as well. This is wrong. Now if I fall from here, I'm dead meat. So let's give this one a try. I don't think that's enough to let the smoke out, guys, is it? No, I don't think so. That's a pity. Okay, let's give it a try. Oh, there's a nice sunny day. We'll fix this chimney system and then we'll go exploring. By exploring, we'll get more materials and we can build more things. As long as we don't die, we're pretty good. Dying has a harsh penalty in this. I think you need just a chat stream. Sounds like a lot of us. Yes. Well, we mostly chat here, Jemisa. But I'm big into gaming. So, as I said to the guys a few times, jokingly, so I was saying, well, guys, it's either watching me gaming or else watching me in a hot tub. So we picked gaming. But obviously it was a joke. You know, a lot of the guys that are around here were been friends for a while and we talk a bit silly sometimes. I have a very off-topic, weird question for Twitch familiar folks. Is it just me or are the emoji things in chat window options very difficult? Apparently they have meaning. I can't work them out either. Yeah. Yeah, they actually have some kind of meaning. They represent something. Yeah. Oh, it is Fist. If you're into kind of survival, if you're into the RPG elements, there's not much of a story, but remember it still is early access. You know what I mean? And if you like building, this is the game. But this one here, I've been waiting for this for a while. So I'll probably be, well, I won't say obsessed, I'll probably be really into it for a while. Until I learn the ropes. Oh yeah, for me as well. I'm not wearing my favorite reading glasses, you know. And about 3 years ago, my eyesight. Well, it's mytopia. It's my age, really. You know, I've got to wear glasses now. Although I've been kicked into it, you know, screaming, I don't want to wear glasses. But I might have to, you know. Denial, I suppose. Yes, 5% off every skill. And when you get higher, that's costly, you know. Yeah, so far, but I have a good bit of experience in Fallout. Although I must say, Vault, the building experience is way different, way different. But once I get into the routine, I'll discover things bit by bit and add them just like I did in Fallout. And each time improving, you know, with each piece I get, with each bit of practice I get on something. But this has a lot more designability, strangely enough. Although it has lesser pieces. But the fact that I can terraform, you know what I mean, and the pieces are so small, it has potential, this game. I picked hot tub and got banned for a week. Excuse me. With the mobile ones. I seen some other streamers castles and stuff. Ready to grind this weekend. Oh yeah, yeah. There's a lot of guys who do building in this. It will take me ages, I think, to learn this game properly and the grind of it. Very, very grindy. Yeah, if you're not in for, if you don't like grinding, blonde, like you're literally forced to grind. You'll just be one shot killed if you don't grind all the time. Yeah, mitopia. It's normal. It can happen anywhere from your mid-40s to early 50s. So, for me, it was my 50s. Yeah. But I do. Oh, Mr. Magoo, the cartoon, yeah. I get the reference. I would not be able to read anything on screen. Oh, the strange thing about a DAS is I had extremely good eyesight. Well above average. And I expected this kind of eyesight deterioration with old age to be gradual. You know, over the space of a couple of years, bit by bit. But no, it's not. It's not in the least bit gradual. It literally happens all at once within a few days. Yeah, Mr. Magoo, I remember him well. Yeah. Oh, really? Surprising, yeah? Oh, hi, Hufflepuff. Fine, thanks. I have a really bad chest infection. And I was pretty weak today, so I overslept a little bit. You know what it's like when you're sick. Yeah, your body just won't respond, so I've been a bit late starting, so my apologies again, guys. Yes, Generation X, that's what we are. So, how have you been, Hufflepuff, and how was your day? So, I think I messed up on this, so what I want to do is we'll have to raise it up a bit. It looked better, but you see the smoke is not coming out. I'm surprised. The game looks kind of basic, but the physics are surprising. I don't know, it's not going to look very pretty. But I think it's a one square thing. It's just kind of like Fallout, where it's based on that kind of one square thing. Oh my good God. Did you see that? I had to scrap out that thing. I nearly died. I absolutely nearly died. Oh my God. Oh my God, I didn't think I'd fit down there. Okay. That's another little learning curve. I was lucky I had that food. That would have been my second time to die here. Okay. We've got that behind us. Did you see that? I had to scrap my way out. I thought I was dead there big time. Okay, not too much. Bad Santa. I think that's what we call this settlement. Bad Santa. Hey, I was doing that in the interests of science, guys. I wanted to see if Santa could fit in without getting armed. Apparently not. Definitely. Okay, we'll add that to our books. Not very good when you jump down a chimney. What's annoying, I tried to get that piece of scrap wood. What tends to happen, Hufflepuff, it will stay there and it sparkles. You know what I mean? But you can die so many times in this game. Fire equals bad. Apparently. Okay, let's repair that damage. Now this is the thing I've been kind of getting to grips with. You see this? But I think I've kind of mastered it. But it's basically Ango Hufflepuff. I don't care what anyone says. I've been building a good while on Fallout, but this is a much different system. I've found that you've got to be almost above something, you know, for it to snap right, or without too much hassle, at least. Okay, let's get out here again. And this guy can't jump a lot either. And this is a bit iffy, so I might... You see, putting an edge on that, guys, looks horrible. I did try it. You know, the straw thing comes kind of halfway out through it. So not exactly pretty. So I'm going like this. Oh, there's another thing I found. This stuff gets all battered up and ugly when the rain hits it. But if you have a piece of the roof coming out to the same level, it's actually protected. We don't have to fix it up again. So the less edge you have in it, it's kind of realistic, to be honest. You see that one there, I'll be removing that obviously and pushing it down. But to be honest, I might have to build out here once I get the time. So the bedroom will probably be changed, guys. You know what I mean? I will have to go out to 4 squares here. And the settlement will probably be coming out to about there, which is good. This would be a nice little look as well, maybe. So this is going to be a lot bigger. And if that's the case, then I might change this here eventually. But this is going to come down to my dock. You know, as we're building on this. So we'll have a nice dock area. Here, we're close enough with a nice little pathway coming down the garden. But this is still a work in progress. This is still a work in progress. Now let me go back and see if I missed any messages. Okay. I hope you're enjoying your trip. Shout out to Generations. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. I missed that Hufflepuff. But yeah, the sleep has helped. I'm so into this, so forgive my distraction, Hufflepuff. Yeah, and thanks for your concern. Nah, it's just a cold, a chest infection, but the way the weather's been going, Hufflepuff, it was bound to happen. Yeah. It would just take a little time to get over it. But I hope you've had a good day, Hufflepuff. Yeah. Now, I'm just re-scanning this, guys. See if I missed anything. Yeah, you'll have to bear with me. I'm kind of silly. I miss a lot of messages. Most of my day was spent driving, but I'm a Coloradian. And it's going well. Nice. Went out to... Oh, that's right. With your brother. Oh, cool. So you said you're staying there for a few days. That's nice. You know, to catch up on that. The last chapter of Valhalla was put on our games back. Oh, November. Ah, I see. Burning Man. No, not the fire. Oh, well, all bad. Learn things new every day. Yeah. Fire bad. Gesundheit. Oh, well, thank you both. But it looks like it's coming together for you. Yeah, yeah. I'm still not up to the knowledge I need to be. But as I get new pieces, it's the pick. If I can get my hands on the pick, I'd be pretty okay. So let's get up here again for a moment. I just want to fix that chimney, we sleep, and then we'll leave this for a while. How did I get up here before, guys? Oh yeah, we jumped up here, didn't we? Oh, the flowers spawn back. I took those out. Note to self, the flowers actually spawn back. Okay, I'll have to raise that floor above those flowers. There's something new I've learned. The flowers actually spawn back. Not much, to be honest. You gotta keep grinding to get certain weapons and armor to defeat the boss. Then you can kind of go to another biome. You can go now, but you'll be one-shot killed. And use that then to get some more armor and weapons to defeat another boss. And so on. And in the meantime, you've got to survive. Yeah. Yeah. But basically you're a dead warrior and you're trying to kill all the bosses to earn your way into Valhalla. Yeah. But not much of a story. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Okay, we'll sleep, guys. Okay, I'll have to raise that floor then, guys. That's not gonna work for me. No flowers growing through the floor. So I've learned another valuable lesson. I think the only way I'd get rid of that is with the pickaxe, guys. I'd have to dig down and take out that piece of ground. Stop that growing. It's basically probably coded into that piece of ground. Okay, let's sleep here. There we go. Right, well, we don't have to save. The problem with this game is you can't reload. It's all auto-saved. They're going to add quest-driven. Yes! You see, still early access. Yeah, they will eventually, and that'll be fun. Especially, let's say, to new players coming in. I'd say they will be doing that alright. Well, that's not a bad fireplace for a first try. And this is just temporary stuff. But this is still a work in progress, guys. We'll leave the chimney as is. Well, I did want to fix it before I went. But I'll have to build up. I'm thinking I could use those roof pellets. Oh, that's stupid of me. What about this, guys? How stupid of me. 45. What about doing this? And then we can... Oh, you see what I mean? I'm not really used to this kind of physics. Oh my god. No. No. It's too steep. It wasn't a bad try. It nearly worked. It nearly worked. It's still a bit on the steep side. Oh yeah, it works. Just needed the stamina. There's a good way to get up. That's what I'll use. From now on, I'll use those roof pieces. Hmm. Sorry, I've been missing messages again. I saw they were going, yeah. I took care of... Oh, you got rid of all the cult members. Cool. And you figured out... Kind of. I'm still learning Hufflepuff. There's still a lot I need to learn on this one. I'm going to call it a night. I didn't realize it was after 2. Yeah, I was very late starting Blunt. Yeah, I kind of passed out earlier today because of my cold. But thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest, and I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Yeah, I was about 4 hours late from my stream. But hopefully it won't happen again. But that's the problem, I'm old. Unreliable. You know, I might pass out every now and again. I hope you have a good one, Blonde. Stay safe. Bye. I shall be going to sleep as well. Have a great stream. And thanks for hanging out, Hufflepuff. I hope you have a good rest. And again, my apologies for being on late. Yeah, I just kind of passed out. And I hope you have a good rest. And I hope you have a great day tomorrow. And be sure to say hi to your brother for me. And wish him well for me. Have a good one, Hufflepuff. And I hope you enjoy your stay there. Take care. Bye. Stay safe. No problem. No problem. Yeah, take care, Hufflepuff. Probably. Yeah, probably. There, this is a kind of okay way. You see, that's the way the smoke should be moving up, guys. You see that? Now the problem is, rain goes down there and puts the fire out. So, let's try this again. So, the half one didn't work. So, I know it might look a bit ugly, guys, but... And I can always come up here and do something again after. You see what I'm saying? When you're up high on this, the snapping is a dream. But you've got to be at least level or higher. It's really based on that. Now, let's try the 2 types. It took me ages to realize there's actually 2 types. There's 45. Let's get the lower one, the 26. Okay. Let's get the 26. Not so sure about doing... Oh! Okay, one didn't snap right. I remember I went fishing for that one a moment ago. See, this is where I'm kind of getting the hassle. So I'm thinking, if I do it this way... There it is. I would love to see an extra piece added to fill, you know, the little corners. Like a tiny corner piece. You see when I go in like this, it's only a small thing, but... See a little corner piece? Like a kind of small section. Now... Ah, you... Well, maybe that. Maybe not. We go for the bigger one. Yeah. Well, that will do as a starter. I'll experiment with it later. Yeah, I'll experiment with it later, guys. I want to get something much nicer than that. I think if I could kind of go out and we could use it in a different way, push the smoke out. That's what I'll do. I'll experiment with them later. For the time being, that will keep our fire going. Now you see the way the smoke is going. That will do, guys. Perfect. I think it's time we start exploring. Oh, hang on. No. A big thing. We really need to move our junk. Definitely. We need to move. We've got a lot of junk. The problem is I can't move it in here because this is not finished. I suppose we can come back here from now on and start putting the junk in here. Now, I suppose I could try doing... I don't think this will work here. I think a 1 square here on this would be ideal. There's a nice scenery from here, I've got to admit, but... Oh, that's beautiful, isn't it? I don't like those. Okay. I'll do a little bit of fixing on this. And I'm thinking about putting some... I've used up a lot of room, to be honest. Doing it this way. But here, this is where we'd need it. And here I was thinking about this again, probably. I think that would probably work. Okay, let's try something here, guys. I just do a tiny bit of experimentation, and then in just a few minutes we'll go off exploring. Although, to be honest, we've done all of the biome here. So, what we need to be doing is trying to upgrade to take out our boss. Which will probably die. I have a very, very bad bow, so I don't know how I'm going to work it with that bow. Probably I'll have to use that. Okay. Let me have a look. So anything I learn here, when we're building again, I can obviously, take with me. Yeah, that looks a bit better, guys. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's clipping the door, but I don't mind, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'd prefer it that way, to be honest. Okay. I want to do another one here. Like 2 large doors coming in. We'd need something central. It's not a great idea. Guys, what about cutting this down altogether and putting a single door in? I know it looks kind of okay, but I don't know, do we need 2 large doors? I think if we center it here and push another one here, we'll have much more room for stands and that. This will be okay with a kind of warehouse kind of thing. Oh, hi Gil. Hi, and hi JB. Yeah, I spent a few hours on it today. Yeah, it's my first try, Gil, so I will improve as I get more experience in this and more tools. But I was messing about. I almost died. I fell down the chimney like Santa, and I died here once already. Building this one. What are we? Something like this. I know we can do our cooking and all of that junk there. But I worked out that quite fast. You know how to build that fire on that. It's a little bit off, to be honest. I can do it again once I get a pickaxe. And get that more central. Kinda hard to work it out. I was thinking, yeah, I definitely have to just do a little bit of this and then we'll go. Nice. Yeah, I've got the cores from Mind. So I might set one up temporary to do the upgrades. Yeah, I did a bit of tomb raiding and I got the cores for one. But I have it back at my other location that I'm going to scrap shortly, you know, once I get all my stuff done. The problem is, I've got tons of junk down there, and I don't want to put them in until I have something done here, so I'll spend just a little while here, just adjusting this build a tiny bit. I've got my workbench here, and I was thinking about putting the deer hide thing out here, and I'll just do a little bit of work on this, guys. And I'm not really happy with that one. I don't think it kind of suits us, to be honest. I think we're much better if we do something like this. Now, if I was doing a large warehouse or something, that might work a little better. Hey, guys. Oh, it's just one door. Okay. What's that wood gate? How would that be a wood door, guys? Isn't that a bit small? How would that work? That's kind of silly, isn't it? Looks like we're going with a wood gate. Oh, that's kind of silly. I wanted opening back in that way. Oh. I wonder can we get a surround going in this then, if that's the case. Okay, learn something new every day. We'll see how it looks at least. Yeah, that's not bad, guys. The wood gate thing, it's a bit iffy, isn't it? So what can we do? Not a lot. What I have to do until maybe they give us something different. Probably. I'll leave that open, guys. We'll get back to that in a moment. I prefer something like this. Actually, you know what I might do? I might put a doorway. Well, we can't. It would have to be here, wouldn't it? I'd need as much room as possible. Yeah, okay, I'm just wasting time at this. Let me just save. Now I'll have to leave some of this junk here. Okay, let's go exploring. What I might do is I might build some temporary chests out here. But I'll go get our cores and stuff for smelting. Yeah, we got them yesterday, JB. But I just have these kind of everywhere. Now let's get rid of the stuff that we don't need to be carrying. And the hole. We don't need to be carrying the hole. The rest we pretty much need. Perfect. Now we got to save this. And now before we go anywhere, that's it, guys. We've got a ton of health. Now we'll make a run to bring back our stuff. How far can we go? I'm not sure. I'm new to this. But I've seen some of the builds the guys did. And they really dipped. I would say on console with this game, because it's geared up from what I see of it so far. And if you don't scrap the trees around. I would say we'd get away with maybe 10,000 pieces. I'm just guessing, Gil. I'm just guessing. I don't know how it would work on console. Oh, the bedroom. No, you can flatten that out quite easy, Target. Yeah, there's a thing on that hole that you can bring down there. Yeah. You can, that's, once you get the hole, that's pretty easy. You know, you can manipulate the ground level on this. This is why I like this game. So this is what we need to do. We head back to coast, guys. You see, right there. I'll eventually be scrapping that base. We'll change that to bed in a moment. So what we'll do as a kind of bed. So that's where our cores are. So we'll bring back as much as we can on this one. And obviously allow a little bit of room, you know, if we kill someone. So we're off. Now this is what we need to do every time. The shield is pretty decent in this one. Now, I'm tempted to run. But the problem is, if you run in this game, if you meet anyone, you can neither fight nor run. So you're pretty much dead. So you have to be patient and save your stamina. Now, and of course if we meet any little guy like that, we'll take him out. You see, I've almost mastered this area, to be honest, in 3 days. But then again, I put in some time. There's not much here that can kill me. Not yet, at least. You know, we even did the tombs pretty decently. The grass grew, yeah. What I meant was, how can we give you tips and tricks in the game? Oh, I think I kind of know now, Gil. You know, yeah. The hole, I was using it wrong. I did about an hour and a half yesterday. I have a different world, a test seed for testing out stuff because I didn't want to ruin it here. But I think I pretty much worked out the hole. But it's nice to have the pick as a backup if you mess up, you know what I mean? Like, I managed to get that fireplace in as well. You know, it's all about where you're standing, really. You know what I mean? It's definitely all about where you're standing. And the rest is trial and error, really. It's just a building thing. But I think I've kind of worked it out. But if you see me go wrong, you can give me a hint. I don't mind. You know what I mean? Yes, that's right. Just outside. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. I hope you see any. No, that's it. Just outside, yeah. And another thing I've found as well, keeping out of the water is good because we get a 2-minute penalty. But it wouldn't make much of a difference here. So we're just going down to get our stuff, the cores and all the stuff we put away. We'll drag back as much. Now this is where we fight the boss, apparently. Right there. But I want to get all the upgrades later, you know. And get a little bit of practice in with the building as well. But I think we've explored possibly all of this biome. Of course we'll take a few kills as well. I wouldn't mind stocking up on some decent meat. I'm going through it pretty quickly. We'd want to be keeping about an average of 60 health. So food is a massive thing in this game. I know, I see the 2-minute penalty, there's not much here. This was our starter base here. And that's where we spawned in. That's literally where we spawned in. Hello. Yeah. You see, until we start farming, the food thing is going to be kind of hunter-gatherer kind of thing. Small town. There used to be. But now they usually, you know, the band will go straight to Dublin and go on that parade. We usually have a parade 2 days late. It's the same in most small towns, Stark. Yeah. Okay, I'll go ahead. Do you see how your rester timer is set? Yes, yes. And I've seen when I build more stuff, I get a little bit more time. Yeah. I was messing about with something, and as I start moving in certain tools and stuff, it seems to be linked to the comfort thing. I think with every one comfort point, you get a minute on the timer, it looks like. I could be wrong. Maybe it's something else. Yeah, oh, it is then. Specific items close to your bed. Small chair, table, rug, campfire. All will raise the rest timer. Yeah. So what kind of distance are we talking about, Gil? Let's say if you're taking a small floor panel. I'd say within 4 panels, yeah? Well, the floor panel is 2 meters. Would it be 10 meters within 8 or 10 meters of the bed? Yeah, but what size in meters? You know, you could make a room, let's say, to pretty big size. You could test it, I suppose. I'm thinking 8 to 10 meters. You know, taking those floor panels into account. They're, what, 2 meters? I'm thinking maybe 8 meters. And the fire seems to be kicking in, and that's about 5 meters back. But it would be no problem, you know what I mean, just testing it. I've never had a room larger than 6 by 6 squares. That's nice, so it works then within at least a 12-meter range. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna test it later, you know what I mean? Because the best about testing something in this, when you scrap something, you get all your materials back so you're not wasting. I think, you know, that's pretty good. Now this is all the junk I have here. Now there's the cores. So that's what we need. And we'll bring anything here as well. That's kind of nice. And this is a good, and that there, that's a tanning rack I'll have to bring as well, so we'll be scrapping that one. Okay, I need some wood, guys. I don't know if I've brought any with me now, that's the problem. Sugar. And I've left a torch behind as well. Oh, there it is. Lucky. I want to take all these guys with me. Definitely that. That's the stuff that's going to be coming back with me. And we'll keep some wood in here as well for, keeping that stupid thing lit. I might not always have it with me. All these nice bits. I don't know exactly what they are, but still. And then we do a quick run back. Okay, it's a different food. Now we need to do a bit of cooking as well. This one I didn't build correctly. Yeah, about that. So we just cooked this up. It's constant. See, I want to keep this health and stamina high. It's very easy to get killed. And the problem is, if you take it when you run into some boss or some hard guy, it's too late. It takes too long to kick in. Eventually I'll make these a little bit better. It'll be kind of, what's going on here? It's raining outside, isn't it? There it is. Yeah, I didn't build this one correctly. First try. Yeah, I've already got one done. But I'm only on this game 3 days. Boom headshot. And this was a pretty rough kind of stop-off place, So I'm just doing some food. I like your voice. It reminds me of the Discovery Channel. Oh, nice. Animal documentaries. Oh, cool. I've now noticed that the console version hasn't had the latest update due to the fact your food items aren't specified with new icons, stamina and health. Ah, they'll probably get around to it eventually. There's a different team I've heard go doing that, so there's going to be a ton of money in it for these guys, let's say for console. So I'd say they'll get on it. Yeah. That's it, we wait till this one is done. So this was a kind of a rough base, like a spawn point. I was getting killed a good bit in this. Yeah? Ah, probably. Yeah, we haven't got it yet. I don't think so. You can hover over the food and see what it gives you. No, I actually put the food on it. I know what it is. There was boar meat and those neck guys. And that's it. You see this stuff here? Yeah, it's just I've built this too big. I'm going back to deliver this back, boom headshot, where I was starting a kind of player home after 3 days. Just needed to learn the ropes, and I haven't got all the materials, if you know what I mean. It's kind of an exploration driven game, kind of forcing you to go out to get new stuff. Oh yeah, I've got it. A fork icon. It's on this one. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'll show you here. Well, actually, you see the fork icon there? That one. Sweet and tasty. Honey. That is a fork icon. Yeah, they all have a fork icon. You see them? Yeah. But this was in the download, so it wasn't updated. It's when I got it from the start. Third boss on the grind. I didn't even do a boss yet. Yeah. That's it there. But for me, it's the way it always was, because it was in it, when I started the game, so it's probably new to someone who's played it a while. This is where I was doing my upgrades. Now, I want to actually make it back from here, but I want to keep enough room, and I want to scrap this. You see this? We don't need this anymore, and I need to get my junk back. There. The other stuff I'm not too bothered about. No, that one had deer hides, and I don't want to be wasting those. So let's see what we have. Now let's see if we can carry a little bit more. But I want to keep some wood here to keep that fire going. Until I fix this place properly, and I can't see a thing. Yeah, I suppose I put it in here. You see this? I've got a ton of junk. I want to put the wood back here. So that's going to be extremely helpful to me. No, I'll leave one slot open. Okay, let's get back with this. And we can just temporarily build this junk. I want to see about the upgrades, what I need to get them. So I haven't even got the pickaxe yet, guys. I had to try and do this one with a hoe. So we'll quickly make it back to our settlement. And I'll temporarily build some chests until I get this house up and running. And thanks for the follow, Boom Headshot. Appreciate it, and welcome to the community. I was wrong. Yeah, it seemed... Well, I don't know, because, when I downloaded the game, this was in it from the start. So to me, it's, the way it always was. If you do community, I'll always down to help farm. No problem. But to me, let's say, when I'm learning a game, I like to learn it, let's say, from scratch. You know what I mean? To kind of discover these things. But when I'm up and running and I know enough about the game, and I start building up the settlements and stuff, yeah, then I would be definitely into the, the community stuff and that. But for me, discovering these things, the building aspects and the way things work, you know what I mean? It keeps my brain occupied, and I find it very satisfying to, to kind of discover these things myself through trial and error. I think it's the whole fun of the game, you know what I mean? But yeah, the community thing sounds really fun, players getting together and that. Once I've gained enough experience in this. But I really like to build in these games as well. And I know the story about the farming and that. But the way I see the farming going, I'm probably better to make a separate farm. Yeah, no problem. I know that, yeah. No problem. boom headshot. And I don't really mind that much about spoilers, but I do like to kind of learn, you know, I think if you learn yourself to a certain extent, um, it's kind of easier to, there. And this is one thing I've got to remember to do after I get out of building, is to equip those tools pretty quick. You don't get a pause, let's say, when you're toggling through your menu. In other games you get a pause where you can change tools. And it's cost me my life a few times. So we've been starting this settlement here. And this is like a kind of island. There's a little stream, it's ideal. I'll be terraforming it a little bit better after. There's a little river going around, so... And we've got a nice place for a dock. And the weather is horrible. And this is what I've been doing to get on the roof. But that seems to be working now, guys. It's not very pretty. I'll practice on it later and see if there are other ways of doing it. And this is the little hovel we have, while we were doing this. You see where I'm learning to do this with a hole. I intend to make a dock down here and maybe terraform this a bit with a nice retaining wall going around. Eventually, when I work out the lighting system in this. And this is still a work in progress. But I've done my fireplace, so it seems to be kind of half reasonable. Although I still need a bit of practice, you see that's off a tiny bit. I realized by raising the ground and then lowering it, you can kind of get the fireplace in there. Yeah, But I need to adjust this. Excuse me, I have a horrible cold. I'm not new to building. I did a lot of building on Fallout 4. But this is a whole different animal. Boom headshot. It seems to me when you're building in this, you've got to be at least level with or above the object. You know what I mean? But I still have a good bit to learn. I found that out the hard way, yeah. And what I've done underneath this, there's a large array of supports. But this is just... And I've noticed when I was snapping, you see these? Are a little bit off. So I'll tear that down later and fix that. But this is my starter one. I'll be adjusting this from time to time. Usually when I'm not streaming, But that's the best design I could get on that. Now, let's do a little bit of cooking. Because we'll need a ton of food. Eventually I'll do something better where we can do more, you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't mind the graphics that much. And I know it will improve. But, yeah, let's say it's got a lot of other things going for it. It's a game with massive potential. And the physics are pretty amazing, to be honest. It took me about 20 minutes to work out this kind of smoke thing. I was getting a lot of smoke in the house. So that was no good. I don't know if it would actually kill you, or probably would. I wouldn't be surprised with this game. But everything seems to be a kind of one square system. Yes, it's pretty big, isn't it? Yeah. It's pretty big. We won't cook too much, guys, because it will take ages. Maybe this is not the best system for cooking, but this is more decorative. Okay, that's enough for a moment. I want to temporarily make some stuff. Oh, hang on, I've got some in here. So I'm going to roughly build this thing so we can get... where have we gone here? We just kind of fit them in there like that. And this is just rough. I'll be destroying this after a while. Let me see. It's take me a while to figure this out. I'll be needing that for a while. Huh. I'll eventually work this out. But I think we're going to need like a warehouse of storage. It does. It absolutely does. There's so much to learn, and that's what I like about it. It's been a long time since I've found the game I'm interested in. Yeah, it's really retro, isn't it? It does have that kind of charm, Gil, that hyperpixelation. Yeah, it does have that kind of old school, stuff. Yeah, it's 1.8 on Xbox. 1.8. I seen it when it was downloading. Well, that's probably with the optimization as well, I suppose. If you right click on your hammer under the crafting tab, you might be able to build some stuff. Yes, I know the upgrades and stuff. Yeah, I kind of sussed through that one pretty early. That's why I'm building this extra thing for the workbench to get to upgrade 4. You can stack chests. I was thinking as much. Yeah, I was thinking as much, and that's what I intend to do. I'm thinking maybe one of the floor panels we could snap and then push it beneath. You know what I mean? Build a little shelving system. Oh, PC. Yeah. I've never played on PC. Never played on PC. And this is a mess until I get organized. You know what I mean? And it will be a mess, I'd say, for quite some time. There's a queen bee. There's other queen bees as well. I've got some somewhere. I'll bring them up eventually. So what I need is a dumping spot. We're going kind of good with the feathers and that. And I'll come back later and sort out you know, what needs to go where. And have all our little treasures in one, I suppose. There, that's enough for a moment. Now I need the deer thing, and I'll just build them here. You know, it will be a little bit messy until I work it out, until I get this up and going, and then I'll find nice spots for it. That floor will have to raise up, guys. I was hoping not to have to do it, but I think I will because of the flower, the flowers. So we'll just roughly put them in. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be pretty. You know, just till we get our upgrades. Missing requirement. Oh, flint and wood. Okay. I didn't know that. We need flint and wood. I think I've got... Well, I've got the wood here anyway, tons of it. Throw it in the ocean, it won't despawn. Ah. Hmm. You put 3 chests on... Yeah, on 1 square. I was thinking as much. Like a kind of chest kind of thing, yeah. Hmm. Looks pretty neat, yeah. Well, I'm thinking we could use the little half pieces. I'll show you what I mean in a moment. I haven't really tried it, but in my head I think it would work. And we need a chopping block as well. We might have to go hunting. I'm just gonna roughly put these in, guys. I'd hate to put this stuff in here without fixing this up correctly. But it would take me far too long to figure this out. It's the upgrades, you know, we need to be worried at now. We do a little bit of building in a moment. Yeah, you'd want to. You'd definitely want to have a kind of stacking system. Next build, Croc. Try building a little basement. Yeah, I don't have the pickaxe. Gil. Yeah. But I can still do it, you know what I mean? What I could do here is... I could remove the floor, I could dig down, and dig down deep, like a little tunnel beneath this. You know what I mean? And then we could, I don't know, probably cover it over. But yeah, I'd need a basement. But I didn't have the pickaxe. Maybe I should have. It's all because of the boss. Maybe I should have delayed this settlement until I got that pickaxe, guys. Yeah, you do have a point. But it's no problem. I can spend a day here, and what I'll do is I can totally remove all this, and the fireplace and all of that. The whole thing. And I'll dig down. And maybe over here in the corner. Or maybe even build out a little bit. Definitely, yeah. That's what I'll do. I'll hold off on the building. I don't mind taking the whole inside out from here. I could easily fit it back together again. Although I might have to put structural pillars beneath. But doable. And I could hold most of my junk down there because I need a decent spot to hold stuff. Yeah. You see, I haven't got the stupid pickaxe. So we'll just roughly build this junk here for a moment. I'll be scrapping them all again later anyway. Or just leave it there for a moment. It doesn't have to be pretty. Oh, we need some flint, guys. We we need 5 more flint. There's tons of it around here. We'll just go picking some flint. I thought I actually had some. Yeah, okay. I'll just pick a bit of flint here. I'll stockpile this thing later, I think. We just pick a little bit of this. Yeah, we just go down along the coast for a little bit. Yeah, I need the pickaxe. But I wanted to start building before the pickaxe, yeah. Yeah, I gathered that we got to kill the boss for the pickaxe. No, a friend of mine was playing, yeah, so I noticed that. You need the antler for the pickaxe. No problem. Definitely, yeah. I might have to use a crude bow. I don't think we get access, guys, in this biome to another bow. But probably fire arrows or something. The best arrows we have. But I'll do all the upgrades. I want to absolutely familiarize myself with this biome. But I think I have it all kind of sussed out here. You know what I mean? All of this is the Black Forest. You see it? And we've even cleared a crypt. And I have that kind of sea symbol for cleared. And I've marked out the berries and stuff. But I haven't marked out the boars. I don't think there's any need to really. So I just want to collect 20, 30 of these. And then we'll hit right back. There's the Black Forest coming up down here shortly. And these guys don't mess about. Even the greylings can hit. I know, not a good idea. Oh, okay. Oh. Now that I did not mean to do, guys. Actually, I'll leave that stump there. I did not mean to do that. Oh, drat. Did not mean to do that. Do trees grow back, guys? I don't think so. Definitely, eventually, yeah. Can't wait for the sailing starts. That's when the shit, yeah, really. Biome. Oh, I see. No, not yet. Not yet. I've been pretty fortunate. Yeah. I kind of know the physics. You know what I mean? I used to do it in real life one time. It does, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah. I've seen the seeds, yeah. But I heard somebody saying that the amount of seeds are too many for beach and probably only 20% on the other ones. I really didn't want to damage that tree, but it doesn't matter. It'll be a good way of checking it out later. Somebody was saying that if you leave the stump to grow back, but I'm not sure. That would be a lot of physics to put into a game, and it probably would do. But I didn't mean to hit that stupid tree. Oh, I'm carrying too much. Ah, drat. See, that's a big problem. We'll leave that there, I'll collect it later. Right, let's go back, guys. We make that thing and dump that junk. No, I think I'll take a chance and we'll do a sprint. You know, every so often we'll be safe enough here. I knew that, yeah. You've tried. Yeah, I was thinking as much. No, that would be a serious physic, you know, to put into a game. Yeah. I'll check out the stump next time I'm down there. Because that would be a lot to do for every single tree in the game. It would make the game huge. Put a lot of pressure on it. Yeah, I really haven't been carrying much flint. But I think the stones and the flint, they respawn. Anything you can pick by hand. Oh, raspberries are everywhere anyway. We're never going to be stuck for raspberries. And I've noticed those little guys, they spawn back. So it's kind of fun learning what works where. But apart to guess the stumps wouldn't that be a bit much to ask for such a big game. Now, excuse me. Stupid cold. Now, I'll just roughly build these guys. It doesn't have to be fancy. Because I intend to scrap this all later anyway. There. And then, now what I want to do is I want to build the smelter thing. We'll see what it upgraded to level 4. And I'll be scrapping all this floor system later anyway. Yeah, level 4, you see that? So, let's build that smelter thingy. We'll build whatever we can. So how close does that thing have to be? Probably not that close. I just smack it in here for the time being. So this is a smelter. I need stone and that. And this is a charcoal kiln. Smelter, I suppose. That would be the one to do, wouldn't it? Hmm. Just has to be near the crafting table. Ah. Or a crafting table. What's that symbol on the top, guys? It says I have everything except the 20 stone. Fair enough. I'd say I'll just see if I can build it here. Might be a problem. I'll have to move the crafting table outside maybe. Doesn't matter anyway if we make a mistake because, you know, we get our materials back. Oh, it needs to be in a... I tell you, it's not messing about, is it? Oh, here. Needs to be in a pretty level spot, guys. I wonder if we put one of those indoors. Oh, there. I wonder is that close enough? Hail warrior. You've built a smelter. Deposit your raw mineral in the furnace and will melt away. Purely leaving the bar with refined metal on the workforge. You will need coal to fuel the smelter. This can be reduced by including a kiln and loading it with wood. Okay. Yeah, rested. I've noticed that one as well. Has to be level to a point. You need access to the sides. Ah, yeah. No, I was just building it. I wanted to see that it upgrade the level of the workbench because I'm more interested in getting the junk done on my armor and weapons and stuff, and then I can scrap it and build it elsewhere. I'm not that interested in it yet. I wanted to see if... No. What upgrades is to level 4, guys? What I need to do is get all these guys together, don't I? Is it? Yeah. Oh, sorry. It will say if it's an upgrade in the description. Ah. Yeah. Okay. No problem. Let me say then. My mistake. Let me just get into build mode again. Let me check that. Oh, it's a star. I'm so stupid. Yeah, it's a star. I get it. It's a star thing. And these are just, yeah, for different, yeah. I get it, guys. My apologies. I'm just being silly. Okay, I'm going to scrap that one. We'll put away the junk, and that will do us for a while. That's perfect. No, I just needed to know where I was going with that one. No problem. Just needed to know what I was doing. So the star, I need something with a star. So yeah, it's looking like boss time. So I'll see if I've got all the upgrades on my armor. And then I'll start crafting weapons and stuff. I'll have another quick look, obviously, here. And we'll get food ready and all of that junk. And we'll see if we can take that boss out. It'll probably kill me. I'm not the best at this combat thing. Right, let's put this junk away. But I do know we need an absolute ton of junk. Yeah, let's see where I've got all this junk placed. Okay, that's kind of okay. I'm just really familiarizing myself with this. I'll just get rid of this junk. I've got way too much junk here and I don't know what to do with it really. I just get that boss out and then we'll see. Okay, we'll just hash up that last 2 food. And then we'll get out of here. Okay, we've upgraded as best we can. We're gonna have a crack at the arrows now. I joined a friend server and he spawned 5 instances on one boss and me. And we went into the fight. Nice. Can't get level 4 unless you progress. I see. Yeah. It was bad, yeah. Was having a great time though. Oh, cool. Well, the boss is quite close by. So, we've done the best we can, I think, with this. I'll have a look at the armor again and see if there's any little changes we can make. We'll make ourselves a ton of food. Not that it's going to make much of a difference. Apparently we can only eat 3 items at a time. I didn't know that. Now, let's see. Hmm. 16 food. We don't need that much. 8 is more than enough. Not that we have any room anyway. Yeah, it's brutal. No, 8 will do. Okay. Let's have a look at our weapons and stuff. So level 3 is what it is. Right. I can build this out a moment in wood, I'd say, if we can kind of terraform it up enough. We definitely need some kind of lighting out here. Here, let's... we can't do it yet. Okay. Now... Right, that's maxed out. Level 4, level 4, level 4, level... Oh, that's the hammer. Max. Level 4. No, that's it. So... Fire arrows, yeah? So I need this arrow burns whatever it pierces. Pierce when it's fire. Oh, nice. Knockback. So I need wood, feathers, and resin. Fair enough. What would you need? We could always stock up on them anyway. 300-400 arrows. Wood, feathers, and resin. And I've got everything. I've been collecting feathers. Lucky, wasn't it? I got this Monash was laughing the whole time. Oh, the boss, yeah? That's the thing, so be careful. Yeah. He spawned 5 of the first bosses. Oh my. Yeah, I don't know if I can take him on my first try, we'll see. But I've seen Corrin do it. But he just took him out with a bow and stood back. You know, he's got this lightning thing. What's like? Oh, and we need, what, 5 deer heads to spawn him or something? So let's make our arrows and pick our deer heads as well. I think I have them here somewhere. Yeah, we just take 10 with us. So what was it? We need amber, wood and feathers. Feathers are here somewhere. Amber, wood. Where's the rest of the feathers? I know I had a ton of them. There are 50. We have 65. Guys, we could make a ton of arrows with that, and we can stockpile them somewhere. Whenever we're taking out any bosses. The bow is the killer, but what can we do? I got something called Bone Shatter Shield. What's this, guys? Here, let me just show you. It's kind of a weird thing. Does it allow me to craft it or something? Oh, hi Ashen. And how have you been? I hope you've been well. And what have you been up to, Ashen? My experience when you're ready. You were ready not too long after I joined the stream. Ah. So, how have you been, Ashen? Yeah, well, we're starting a kind of rough settlement. So, still kind of learning. I'll get there eventually. Yeah, this thing here, guys. I picked it up from a crypt. It said something. There it is, there. You see that? Skeleton. Oh no, that's a skeleton trophy. No, something came up about a bone shatter shield or something. Ah, maybe I unlocked it. Just beat the first boss. Yeah, no problem. I never checked to see if we can craft something new. We might be able to get something better than we have here. I'm never really much into these kind of Dark Soul boss kind of nasty fights. Now let me see. Fire arrow, wood arrow, leather tune, leather pants, finish, flinted, flint axe, stone axe, group, all there, hide. Okay. Oh! We need a deer hide cape, guys. We need a deer hide cape. Yeah, that's what we're going for. Deer hide bones. That will give us some extra protection. I didn't see that one there. Crafting table. Yeah, the crafting one. Okay. Okay, we can make actually. I didn't see that one. I've got tons of deer hide. What about the bones? Ah, we're short on bones. That could be a problem. We're just short one. I can go back up to where the skeletons are. Okay, I think we still have a little bit of exploring to do, guys. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do. We'll store our junk in this for a moment, and we'll set off on an expedition for the Steerhide Cape. There's a crypt that usually spawns too, so we'll probably need a good bit actually. I don't know if the stuff will respawn from the other thing. We're gonna find out. We'll just put this stuff in here. Okay, we're on a mission. Yeah, I want to get all the upgrades before I fight this guy. I'm not the best at this. Eyesight, too bad. Never used a shield, but very helpful. I was skeptical as well. I rarely use a shield, but I was impressed. Yeah, it helped a lot against the skeletons in the early stage. Yeah, the timing was good. I managed to get a shot in and taking less damage. Yeah, and that's why I've got the food thingy here. Yeah, you can only take 3 foods, so I gotta remember that. Come on, Toby. My doggo is awake. Come on, Toby. Up you go. I've got 2 Pomeranians here with me. One is 7, the other is 8. Toby is 7. He's an old doggo. And Rex is the best doggo. Are you tired? Yeah, you go sleep, boys. Now, this is where I need to go. You see where I've got that crypt marked out? Where is it? Crypt right down here. So we're going to make a run for that. Now, I'm nearly sure... Yeah, well, we've got no choice. The dagger, is it? Really? Oh. Yeah, I didn't have enough stuff to make that yet. You know what I mean? I've been basically using the flint axe because it's kind of doubling up for everything. But I'm always bringing the crafting hammer when I'm exploring, because if I find an old shack with a beehive, I can just scrap the stupid thing. You know what I mean? And get the queen bee. It's a long way, guys. But I really want to make it to that one as well. So, right. At least get the cape in. So if we're opportunists. If we, find anything. So it's bones we're really looking for. Oh, let's give us time to take in the sights anyway. No, I'm nearly sure yeah, I did. I marked that already. We'll have to deal with these on the way, obviously. It might be a good idea to bring up a backup weapon as well. Well, we could make a workbench. It doesn't really matter, does it? This is where I'm having problems with, guys, you know that. See, that's where I want to go to there, and that's ticking me off. A little piece there. You see it? A little area we didn't discover. Try it. Definitely, yeah, it's pretty fair damage a few levels. And it's fast. I'm definitely going to try that one. But I haven't done too much grinding, you know. Well, this is a kind of a problem for me now for a while, so I can afford to start picking these, you know, I've got lots of room. Ah, there's a good bit of rock around. Now, that's it, we got it. Now it won't bother me anymore. That's where we're going there in a crypt. We need to go this way. What do you think, guys? That should be a lot bigger, that piece, and a different color so you can kind of see where you're going. It makes exploring kind of hard, you know? That flint knife possibly, yeah, and get it to level 3. But the axe has been kind of doubling up as well, you know what I mean? It's pretty good so far. Now, I know there was a few places where there was bones, but I'm not sure if they respawn. I did consider this as a settlement option as well, and it's nice, but I think we needed something close to the water, you know. But it's a nice area. There's a possibility I might have missed some of those little things, but I doubt it. I did have a good look around. Yeah, this is one of my it's one of my little bed sits. Damage scales your weapon skills too, so it might be weak at first, but it levels quick. Yeah, it keeps pushing you to get the upgrades, doesn't it? You know, with each new weapon. There, you see this here? I picked up some bones. I'm wondering if it respawns. I doubt it. But the flint axe has been pretty good to me so far. But I'm guessing that won't always be the way. Yeah, it doesn't. No, I didn't think so. Pity. Okay, the skeletons might respawn in the crypt down here. Yeah, we're not after you today. I think I've explored most of this place. There's only one crypt. And it was right down here. That's the only one I found. I don't know if it's the same with everyone's seed. Probably just one in the starting area. Each new area is harder than the last. Yeah, forcing you to get the new weapons and upgrading them. I like it, actually. I like that kind of thing. That appeals to me. Always on your toes. Oh yeah, I have to be careful here. Here it is here. No. No respawn, guys. Yes! We gotta respawn. That's enough to make our cape, but we're only one short, but there's only one guy, that's disappointing. I doubt they'd respawn inside, would they? Yeah, we've got just enough for our cape now. Any bit of... Oh, what was that? Another bone fragment. I want to be careful here, guys. They're going to kick my backside in there. Oh, we have a quick look. There's one good thing, guys. The mushrooms are respawning. But I think that's about it, guys. Just the mushrooms. Pity. I didn't bring a torch with me either. No, just the mushrooms. If we could grow these guys to show a lot of light, that'd be quite nice. Could see me using a lot of these. I don't know. Within reason to make a decent lighting system, wouldn't they? Yeah, we got all the noise and everything, but there's nobody here. No, but we got enough for our deer cape. Alright, let's get back. I have a work table down at that bed. And we can at least make that. At least to give us enough for that one. I absolutely forgot about that, the deer cape. Right, we'll make our deer cape. And we'll go back and we'll try this boss without the upgrades on it. Because there's no way we're going to get the bones here. I'm not waiting days and days. Oh my good God, did you see that, guys? I'm going the wrong way, guys. Oh, I'm so stupid. I was going the wrong way. That's gonna cost me my life, guys. I was going the wrong way. Stupid, stupid camera. I don't think we can outrun this guy, can we? Probably. Yeah, okay, that was lucky. Ish. I've got a house down here. I'll see if I can break that house. I'll hide in here. At least if I die anyway. Oh, they're not that bad. Okay, I thought they were going to be big. No, it's not too bad. No, I thought they were going to really hurt me. Okay, we lived. No, I thought they were going to be way better than that. They're just ordinary little guys. There was a huge guy there. Did you see him? Yeah, it was huge. Okay, not bad. Let's make this thing. Oh, hang on. We can't make it on this. Oh, we can. Craft. Where's that deer thing? Deer cape. Oh yeah, we've got the stuff at home. Right, we'll go back, we'll make that. Oh, hi Wesley. Thanks for following. I appreciate it and welcome to the community. And how have you been, Wesley? No, I overestimated those two guys. They weren't that bad. Right, let's get back to this settlement wherever it is. Yeah, there it is there. It's a little turn. I know we shouldn't be running, but we'll use up half of our stamina and do it that way. We'll make that junk and we'll see if we can kill this guy. He looks kind of strong, to be honest. Ah, whatever. And we'll check that deer meat as well. Might give us more health and stamina. I've only been playing this a couple of days. Wesley. We're trying a little settlement here eventually. Eventually fixing it up, but we need to get rid of the boss because I'll need the pickaxe. I want to dig down for a basement for storage. Cooked deer meat, here it is. Stamina 12. 20 minutes. Healing 2. That's nice. I think I'll take that one. I think we can only use 3. Now, what do we need for that? Deer hide and something else. Oh, and the arrows, yeah. There. And we needed deer hide, didn't we? Okay, that should be enough. We won't be able to up... Well, unless we need more bones again to upgrade it, so probably... I think we're out of bones. I'll eventually need some lighting in here. Definitely need lighting. Deer hide cape. And let's see the upgrades. Yeah, more bones again. It's a pity. We should be able to do it later. Leather helmet needed 10. That needed upgrades as well. It'll have to do. Okay. Now, where is this leather cape? Where's this deer cape? Oh, there it is. Wow. There. That's as good as it gets. For a while at least. So let's have a look. Oh, I see our new little cape. Yeah. Okay. We'll sleep. Hang on, I can make my arrows now. Fire arrows, isn't it? Fire arrows. That's 20, 40, 60, 80. Okay, what do we need? Wood. Okay, that I've got tons of. I better make a good few of these. 300 at least. We might need a backup bow as well. You see, that's what's going to happen. I need a backup bow. What's that one? Mushrooms. Health, stamina, duration 15 minutes. Health 25, 20 minutes. There. I didn't have time to really finish this. But it's just as well because, you know, if we're going to get this pickaxe, I'll need a basement. Okay. Fire arrow. How many have I got? 80. Okay. It's 100. Amber. Or resin, sorry. Okay, we've got tons of resin. It's using a lot more resin than I thought. Oh, what's that? Health 10, stamina, current 50, 30, 10 minutes. We don't need that. Just get rid of these stupid feathers as well. Oh no, we need that. Just get rid of these. We need that. Okay. Let's get a few more arrows. I want to bring a ton of them. But we've got no way of repairing a bow. I wonder would it be easy to make another bow and we can get rid of it later. Be nice to have a backup bow. Where is a crude bow? Yeah. We'll make some of them later. I'll bring a backup bow. Wood. We're eating wood. Actually, I might be able to make them from... No, I don't have one here. Oh, drat. but I haven't got this done at all yet. I should have, you know, put that workbench somewhere else for a while. It's too hard to get to. Okay, this is ridiculous. I should have built something there, guys. Yeah, this is all over the place. That's what I'll do in a moment. I'll build something there, but it's pitch dark. I can't even see what I'm doing. Okay, that's all our amber, our resin. Yeah, that will have to do. It should be enough on that. Yeah, okay. We'll use that up, then we're good to go. We make a backup bow as well, but we won't be able to upgrade it, so we're wasting our time. Really, aren't we? No, we'll have to do it with one bow. That's it, we've got 320 arrows. That's as good as it gets. Right, let's put this junk back. We'll fix ourselves up and then we'll see if we can take this boss. Probably die. Oh, we still got a good few feathers left. So we have 320 arrows. And now we'll get rid of that junk as well. And we'll give that a little practice. There. Looks good. One shot kill on that guy. Okay. This is as good as it's gonna get. Oh, we need a rested bonus. I don't really want to do this at night, but what can we do? And of course the food. Can't sleep. Oh, I still got the rested bonus. We're okay. Now. Yeah, okay. Let's save this. This guy is not too far away. Right, let me get ready. Let me see if we can kill this guy, so... Let me see the bow. And the food, obviously. And then we cancel with that. That one, that one, that one. And that's as good as it gets. 20 minutes on each. Okay. It's just here. It's working all right. I don't want to get that debuff from that water. Yes, I brought 10, JB. I have 10 in my inventory. More than enough. Oh, where is it? Oh yeah, it's here. There. Ah, for God's sake. I punch it at you, little idiot. There. What am I, 113? That's not bad, guys. Okay. Hunt his kin. Maybe I've got too many, is it? Oh. Strange. Yeah, I've got the tree. Maybe I'm missing something. We're pretty close to here. I'll leave off the other guys here. The shack should be right down here. And we just bring him exactly 3. I have 7, maybe that's messing it up. There's my little shack here, but that's the problem here, you see. I don't want to get wet. Maybe I brought too many. Right. So just place them on the altar, guys, isn't it? Yeah, mushroom spot. Can't even see where this is. There it is. Okay, we have exactly 3. Okay, how do we do this, guys? I think Xbox, I put it in one on top. Put it in the hotbar. Oh, probably. Yeah. Could be. Could be. Yeah. Could be here and then place it, maybe. It's interesting. Huh. Maybe we just dump it here, no? That's strange, guys. Oh, there it is. There it is, guys. I got it. I had to equip it. I prefer my old bow, guys. Yeah, the health thing is really helping me. He's not too bad once I got the food. Just gotta watch my stamina. You know what I mean? The health thing is really helping me. You know, picking those two really help. And the armor upgrades as well are really kicking in. We should be able to get him. Just a matter of keeping up with him. What damage he's doing to the food is... That's great, that 20-minute food thing. We can take you. Yeah, we can take his damage. He's not a threat. We'll let him get back in here. So... Nah, he's not that much of a threat, guys, if you get the upgrades. That's that. We killed him. Yay! No. The secret is, get all your upgrades, get some food that lasts a long time, with plenty of stamina and plenty of health regeneration. The amount of damage that he can do to you, and there's no need to even waste time. So, it should be the same on the second boss. You know, if we're patient, we get all the upgrades as much as we can do. Yeah. There's no difficulty setting on this, so this is the way it is. Yeah, it's a game that pays off grinding. I like it. But if I went in there, let's say, without the upgrades and proper food, and the rested bonus, that would be a different story, I'd say. We have our pickaxe. No, I've seen long fights with this guy, and I thought that he was going to be really hard. But then again, you know, probably that people who are doing that didn't grind enough on their character, you know, on the upgrades and that. Now, the thing down here, let's say we got to place it on the altar, don't we? Return to the sacrificial stones with your forsaken trophy and offer it as a sacrifice, and make the gods smile upon you. It's a pity there's no marker. There should be marker systems for this. But it's quite close here. Okay, we're invincible now, guys. We're the new alphas here in the meadows. I'm not too worried about the buff now. What? No, it's not deep enough anyway. Yeah. Yeah, there it is. You see it for 2 minutes wet. So which one is this? Some kind of skeleton, some kind of bird. There he is there. Deer. There it is there. I've got a trophy. Wait. Offer it to the sacrificial stones. I think we've got to unlock it again like we did last time. Oh, hi Cord. And thanks for the raid, appreciate it, and welcome raiders. And how have you been? Yeah, I killed the first boss. Actually, if you do all the upgrades and do the grinding beforehand, it's not too bad. You know, the proper food and that. I've seen some long fights with him, so I'm thinking, you know, we didn't need all of the fire arrows and all of that, we just did it with a flint axe. But we had all our upgrades. I think that might have been people who were kind of rushing the boss, you know. So if the other boss goes, maybe, well, this is the starter boss, so he's going to be easy anyway, isn't he? We're just trying to figure out how to do it. Maybe it's something like the other one, guys, where we put that trophy. Oh, it is actually up there. Up there. And then we equip it here. No. Oh, there it is. There it is. Jump minus 60, run uses. Activate power. Huh. Forsaken sacri... Oh! Heart attack. Talk. You've been granted the power of the sky. Use it in times of need. Your next target dwells in the Black Forest. Get there, explore the lands, and uncover their lost treasures and resources. We'll take our time with that, and we'll do a little bit of the settlement. I did a little bit of the settlement yesterday. I spent some time. But I should have waited for the pickaxe, but I got impatient. So, I'll have to practice with that pickaxe. I'm starving, so I'm going to go and get some food, no problem. I hope you enjoy your meal, Court. I'll be back shortly. And well done, first boss. Yeah, and thanks for stopping by, Court. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good one. All the best, Court. Bye. There, so we know that. And that's our first trophy, guys. But I think we pushed down, it said use it in times of need. So, it's obviously not a once-off, right? So, Let me see. How do we use it? Press A. Huh. I better read into that a little bit before I mess about with it. I don't think it's a once-off power. I doubt it. So we get back and we'll restore our junk. And let's go. Oh, hang on. We're pretty close to our other base here. I want to move all the junk from this. And this is a perfect opportunity, you know, to get some of the junk moved. I've got some nice stuff. I've got even some bees here that I want to... Hard antler, that's the one we'll need. I hope I have them in here somewhere. They're probably in here. There's no sign of the bees I had, guys. Press A on it. It gives it to you. You can use it whenever. Oh, I see. Yeah, so I have to come back to the stones. I get it, and then I can use... Yeah, I get it. I don't know where my queen bees are. I probably... Oh my god. Oh, here they are. No. I had 4 of the stupid guys. See, I have too many chests. Okay, I have some bone as well. What's that there for? Corn, meat. Cooked boar meat. Ah, stupid arrows. Stupid club. I don't know where I put them. And I was so I must have them back at the other one, obviously. That is a pity, guys. Well, nothing disappears from the game. No problem, no problem. Yeah, it's not a problem. I don't mind. Yeah, I just needed to kind of know that. I activated from there. I thought it was the powers, let's say. But can we activate more than one at a time? Probably just one at a time. And pick the one we want. So I'd need a gate here eventually to come back, I suppose. I had some queen bees, and for my life I cannot find them. Well, if I lost them, I lost them, but you can't really lose anything in this game, can you? I don't remember bringing them from here, guys. I think they're gone. I'm in deep trouble. I am in deep, deep trouble. Deep trouble. They're not in any of these here. There's 2 here, and there's some outside. And maybe I brought them down. But if I did, like, There's none there. There. Now that's very, very worrying. I had 4 of them. That is extremely worrying. As I know they're pretty important. You know, I know we only get one chance to get them. Ah, okay. Let's go back to other settlement. Maybe I missed them. But I don't think so. And thanks for following, Knuckle Smash. Appreciate it and welcome to the community. To activate Xbox, you push down on both sticks. On LB and right B. Okay. Like this. No. We'll try it here actually. I'll see if I can activate it from here. I thought you could activate it out from going back to the stones. I might have to probably Google it. On both sticks. Yeah, I pushed down. That's both sticks there. Oh, hang on. I did change the configuration. Here it is here. Block, rotate, run, run. Where's the activate power? Forsaken power. That's all it says. Zoom in, zoom out. Secondary attack, infantry jump, build menu, look, hide when your weapons look. Oh, down. Alternative functional left trigger. No. That's kind of strange. Oh, I've got to push on the... Yeah, I've got to activate it from there. Okay. Let's do it. Yeah, I didn't know that. Thanks for that, guys. I thought it would have been automatic. And then we can use that. I see. Oh, it's actually back here. How stupid of me. One moment. Yeah, we better do it while we're here. I'm more concerned about the stupid bees. I don't mind starting another seed world anyway. I needed this as a kind of a learning curve, to be honest. There it is. Oh, I see. Ready. I can use it as a kind of a backup. I'll be coming back here then to restore it each time you use it. Let's see it now. Okay. Okay, it's not that one. It just says ready. Here it says Forsaken Power. Slash that. Alternative function plus left trigger. No. I'll have to figure it out. Yeah. I have... Oh, permanently. Oh. I see. So I don't have to activate it. And I can pick and choose. Oh, I see. Yeah. Which one I want to have permanently. Ah, that's cool. Yeah, this one is pretty handy. So, oh, thanks for that, Knuckle. I was a bit confused. I get it. And I can pick the power I want to have permanently from here. depending on what I want to do. Ah, I see. Now I'm getting it. That's cool. Thanks for that. I was kind of confused. But I think the stamina drain is actually when you're fighting, not for running. Yeah. I'm still a newbie. I've only been at this a few days, a couple of days. Well, that would come in handy in the fighting, I'd say. Now, guys, I had four queen bees. And if they're missing, I'm in deep, deep trouble. But I had them in a trunk. Like, I can't find them. So, you can't really... Nothing despawn. Well, maybe it does despawn. If it is, I'm in trouble. But I don't mind, you know, starting a new playthrough. Because I only really wanted to practice at this. And I have a fair idea now with the settlement. And now I have the pickaxe as well. Yeah, just takes a while, doesn't it? So, like, 4 queen bees is that's a big loss. That's a massive loss. So, if they're not here, they've literally despawned. So, I don't have anything here. Okay. It's not there. It was back in that other place I had them. There's something massively wrong here. There's nothing there. And I don't have anything like them here. Oh, I have! I'm so stupid. I've got them, guys. 5 queen bees. They were already in my inventory. I've got them. Okay. Let's start dumping this junk. I'll just make one more thing for a moment. And this is going to be a biggie, guys, because I'm going to be practicing with this pickaxe. And hopefully not mess up the whole entire thing. So this could take a while. I'm really new to this pickaxe thing. But before we do anything, let's just make a few of these. Okay, missing wood. What? Coal? Oh, it's a sign. That's not what I want. But I'm missing wood anyway, aren't I? Now... just need a few of these for a moment. Nothing too fancy. We will be scrapping them. There. Stone is going to be a big thing as well, I'd say. Oh, don't we want to make that the pickaxe, isn't it? Ah, just bear with me, guys. I'm still learning this one. I just get this junk tucked away. So I'll be a little slow for a while till I get to learn the ropes. We have enough bones for another upgrade, guys. What about hold on to it for a while? And they're the important ones. You see those? Those bees. I went to a lot of trouble to get those. And I don't intend on losing them. Right, that's enough for a moment. Okay, let's upgrade this junk that we're wearing. Now I've got the pickaxe. I'm not too fearful about digging and dragging from this thing here. You see, I have a lot of plans for this place. But I'm still learning the snapping system and stuff on this. So I'll have to scrap this out and we're gonna have to dig down. I want a kind of basement, you know? And the base is big enough we can hide it. Upgrades. Well, first of all, we've got to make the pickaxe. Well, you can't do it from there, apparently. Torch, flint, spear, deer hide, crowbar. There it is, antler pickaxe. Perfect. Perfect. Ho ho, nice. Now, upgrade. Where's the pickaxe? You can really upgrade it. Leather tunic. Flint axe, crowbar, deer hide. Hammer. Huh. No. Doesn't take anything. The tool is hardened out of the most stubborn rocks. We got it. Okay. Upgrade. They're the only things available for upgrade. So, leather tunic. Okay. We still can't upgrade it really, guys. You know, because we were not level 4. Doesn't matter. We got our pickaxe. Now I'll have to get rid of half of this junk from my inventory. I'll put resin in that one later. There it is there, antler pickaxe. Well, that hard antler, we want to be careful with that one. We'll store that away safely. Oh yeah, you've built the pickaxe. Blah blah blah. You've crafted the pickaxe, blast forest, rich material. Oh, tin and copper and stuff, we'll need that. Copper in the ground and the tin lining the ocean. Sure, go for it. Yeah, that's the Bronze Age, isn't it? Just one moment, guys. I just gotta turn off my phone here. Now, okay, we'll store this stuff and I'll see if I can do something with this house because we need the storage. Oh, hi Laura. Pretty good. And you? And how have you been, Laura? I hope you've been well. We just killed our first boss on this and we got a pickaxe. I'm a total newbie to this building on this, so it's going to be a bit of a learning curve. So, what have you been up to, Laura? I was a bit late getting on. I was pretty exhausted and I've got some kind of chest infection, some kind of flu. So, I was a little late getting on, so I'll probably be streaming a little later than usual. So we won't be needing that for a while, guys. Okay. Now, let's prioritize these tools. There. There. That works for me. Armor is 13, whatever that is. I think we need to get our armor up to 40 to be reasonable on this. Nice. Oh, it's pretty good, Laura. It's got a big, one moment. Now, there we go. I'm off to bed. Have a good night. And thanks for stopping by, Knuckle Smash and following. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest and I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Stay safe, Smash. Bye. Yeah, it's my dog Toby. He hasn't been well, so I gotta keep an eye on him. He's a good doggo. Yeah, he's tired. Yeah, he's with me here. So I've just been keeping an eye on him. It is. Massive learning curve for me. But this was my first trying to get used to the system. I found out about smoke as well. You need a 1 box high. Although that looks ugly. But the kind of game it is, we gotta keep progressing to get different tools and make different pieces. Speaking of making different pieces, let's see if there's any new pieces. Well, we already had these, I think. In furniture and building. No. Nothing much changed there. Crafting. Nothing much. No, nothing has changed. Probably we get new bosses, new materials. But we've got a pickaxe, so once we get the new materials, the stuff will show up. Now, what was I doing here? We need coal piles and all of that junk. Now, this is going to be a big learning curve for me, but at least I have the pickaxe. And you see this ugly part here? I've seen the guys play this. Eventually you get a rotavator, and you can spread some grass on that and blend it in nicely, you know? Well, a lot better than it is. So it's a bit ugly now. Okay. What did I say? Nothing new. So let's save this. I gotta keep my health up as well because I fall a lot in this. There. Now, I'm gonna have to destroy the inside of this to dig down, but either way it has to be done. And this will seem like a bit of a waste, but I don't think we have any choice. I can build it all up again. I wasn't too happy about the placement of the fire anyway. And in theory you could put the fire beneath, but I think it gives it a nice look. I know, I put a decent amount of work into this, but it was a good learning curve. We'll leave those there for a moment. Not exactly in my way. Entrance will probably be a problem in this. I don't like the way this is going here, so... Oh, it'll take a while to prepare this one. This is my first time using the pickaxe, so... I'm not picking up the stuff, so I think I'm full of junk. Get rid of that stupid door as well. Okay, we're probably full up of junk. And this is going to be interesting. Light. I wonder how we can get some decent... I might start using some of those torches to give us a bit of light. Yeah, it's just gonna be a... bit dicey. Well, the good thing is we have a little pathway outside, so if we go too far on one side, you know, we should still be able to hide. No, any junk. It's just a bit dark. Ridiculously dark. Yeah, I think it's time to sleep, guys. This is just silly. I want a basement. We have, I mean, an absolute ton. We'd probably need 50 chests, maybe more, as many as we can fit. And I think I could fit a good 40 chests in a decent basement, you know. I can work out a system for stairs and stuff like that. We could get it in reasonably good. I'd need some adjustment there on that one as well. This needs a lot of work. But I'm kind of stuck because I've nowhere decent to hold stuff. I might have checked this out. This is totally good. But from what I can tell, and this is day 3, you're best off grinding your character with as many upgrades as you can, especially food. Makes the boss pretty easy. It's a game that rewards you for doing everything, you know. But that deer I was fighting, there's no difficulty settings, Laura. It's one of those games. And I've seen people fight that deer for quite a long time. But it was quite easy for us because we had all the upgrades and armor and stuff like that. And the food, that's vital. And hi Varg, thanks for following, appreciate it, and welcome to community. And have you been, Varg? But this has a system, Laura. Although it's different in some ways, you could do some really nice builds. It's got more of a landscaping option. And the beauty is it's still not finished, they're still adding things to it, so it will improve. Yes, it's online as well. Yes, I think you can go into a community server with this. So let's say once I'm done here, if I sign up to something with a password and, you know, all of that stuff, I think I can invite people into my, you know, like Minecraft, into my kind of, they call them seeds, my world, and vice versa, you know, that kind of thing. I'm nearly sure it is. I didn't look into it too much. I didn't really look into it that much. I'm hoping there's a way, and I haven't checked it out, to go to first person view. I'd much prefer first person than this. I can still work with it, I'll get used to it, but I'm nearly sure it is, yeah. Now my problem is another thing, day 58. Another thing as well that would be nice is if you slept, you would automatically wake in the morning about maybe 6, 7 a.m. But it doesn't work this way. You rest and you get a buff. You see that on the top, rested, and a countdown timer on 11. Depending on the items you have close to your bed, you'll get a minute per item. I don't know what the top buff is. Probably another 5 or 6 minutes, I suppose, onto that. You know? But you have to constantly eat all the time, so food. Farming will eventually have to come into it as well. You know, it will kind of force you to do everything. Which is good. You know, you get to experience it all. But I think when you rest, I think you should automatically, that would be nice. Because you can't really do anything until you get some light in. So we'll probably just have to wait around for a moment. I intend to fit a dock and a harbour in there, so when we do get, you know, the ship thing going, we'll be well prepared for it. I have some plans for a nice little dock. But with the hoe and the pickaxe, we could even kind of terraform a little bit in the harbour if we wanted to. But from what I know of games like that, where you know, do that kind of thing, you're better off not doing it a lot. See, I don't have much light. We gotta wait for a little while. We would probably need some kind of pillar system to support this. Oh, there's structural physics in this as well, Laura. So you need stuff supported, especially in wood. But later on you get iron and concrete and stuff, so you can build higher. Probably even maybe 20 stories, maybe even more. From what I know of it. So later in the game you could, you know, when you get stone, you could do some nice stuff. But I think wood might be the best way to go, for a certain while here. I'll eventually come back and, you know, as I get new materials, fix it up. But the house itself would have to be wood, you know. Well, definitely the basement here. We're getting a bit of light coming now. To be honest, the basement should have going down before the building, you know. But I didn't have the pickaxe. I thought the boss was way harder than he was. Conan Exile is where you have to eat and you gotta level up. Yes, something like that. I'm even tempted to start a new game now that I know the ropes. You ever get tempted like that? But I've put in about, in 3 days, oh my, I've probably put in over 30 hours on it, you know. But I am pretty tempted. But I think we should be able to do it with this. We've got enough light. Be a little inconvenience for about a half an hour, but I think we go with the way we're going. Yeah, I don't mind leaving that there. Now let's try the pickaxe. I see. Oh. Oh, I get it. Okay. That's not what I want yet. I want to just clear this out. I hope we can jump out of this. Of course, we'll have to get rid of our bed. Oh no, we got an attack, guys. You see this? These guys want to attack us. We're 77. We'll get these attacks now and again. Oh. Okay, guys, I didn't think they were that strong. Guys, these guys are not... Oh my god, I didn't know that. These guys are no joke. If you zoom in all the way. Is it first person? Ah, zoom. I'll try that in a moment. Yeah. Yeah, they're gonna do that. I remember somebody warning you about attacks like this yesterday. I didn't think there'd be so many. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do something about this, guys. Oh, well, I've got the pickaxe now. So now is the time. Ah, that's a pity. We just let this out. I expected to crush these guys. Just waiting for my health to go up a bit. And it's no good getting the bow. Oh, there's a big guy. What's my health like, guys? 61. I'm kind of okay. There's a bit much to be fighting at once. $57. Okay, time to run. They're big guys, aren't they? Well, I'll have to leave them for a while. Our health goes back up again. $43, we just leave it up for a while. We're taking them out alright, but it's not easy. Damage the structures. Yeah, I don't mind it too much because I'm going to be tearing this down. But I'm going to make sure they don't do it again. All in a learning curve. Oh, there's some kind of poison, guys. I'm dead. I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead. Oh, for goodness sake. I ran out of stamina. I was stupid. The stamina is killing me. Don't worry, we'll play Ring of Rosie with these guys. Ah, come on, you're throwing stones. It's that stupid system there. We get into my house. Oh, that's it. Hey! Hey! Okay, I should have been in my house. Almost died there. Oh, let him do the damage. Let him do the damage so my health goes back up. I don't care. They're not exactly going away, are they? Everyone wants a piece of me here. 63. It's the big guy, he's a problem. Come on now. Just 2 more. Okay, we have half a chance. We're up to 76. Hey, come on. Oh, that's a shaman, guys. He's healing the other guy. Oh, he won't be healing anyone now. Come on. Oh, you're a tough guy a moment ago. Yeah, I'll get them. I'll get them. Just gotta get this guy in. Okay, that was a learning curve. $85. Come get some. Okay, 68. Timing. 1, 2, up. 1. 1. And I hit him. And I hit him. And there we go. We got him. We successfully lived. Food is so important, Gil. Without that food, I was dead. Move away from the buildings. Ah, yeah, but I was afraid of dying. And I was gonna refix this up anyway. So let's get rid of this and we don't lose any of that. There could be new materials there. That's the first time I've killed a shaman. I just needed that little... Oh, they destroyed all of my stuff. You little... Now you understand why I want to make the basement. The sooner the better, actually. The sooner the better. The queen bee, I'm more. All of the other stuff is replaceable. The queen bee, no. I'm a fan of moats. Oh, definitely. I'm gonna have to put a big one in here. And that really caught me by surprise. I didn't expect that one, to be honest. I didn't expect that one. Ah, it's just going to take me a little while. I'm going to be very, very disorganized till I get my basement up. But I won't be long at this. No, just for a moment. And we'll sort all that in perfectly once. Now we get that stuff done. I want to be getting it done fast before another attack. There, that's the best we can do. There. And we go get this junk down here that these guys left behind. So there might be some new stuff in this. I got them, yeah. But it's only because of the food. You know what I mean? And the upgrades on the armor and stuff. There it is, ancient seed. You see that? I like that. Oh, new item, puke berries. Something called puke berries, whatever that is. Okay, I killed a few guys around here. Some out here as well. They did a fair bit of damage, didn't they? You see here. Well, they definitely don't like me anyway, so they're not playing. I think that's everything, guys. Right, let's load that away. Now you see why I want the basement and storage. That's allowed to any misplaced meal. Interesting. Now, I'll just be a little moment at this. And here's a new one. What's that? Ancient seed. Oh, it's for growing trees. Cool. Pretty nice. That's very important, that one. And I think there's stone in some of these. There is, yeah. There. We're all done. And from now on, I think I'm going to push my health up like that. You never know when these guys are going to come around. I'm not too bothered about the fix. But it's a pity it's getting late now. But now I've got to rush. See, if I should have had my basement done. But I suppose they were going to attack anyway once I got that pickaxe. You know what I mean? Speaking of pickaxe. Right, let's get back to this. We might not have enough light now. But the lack of stamina getting up here almost killed me. There. I've died twice already from the roof here, Wolf. I think you get a 24-hour grace period between attacks. 24 hours in game or 24 real hours? Hopefully 24 real hours. See, I can't do much in the dark. In game. Oh. So that's like what? An hour? Probably. Yeah, I'm really gonna have to do something about it. But I'm so caught up in this stupid thing here. See, it's too dark now. We're lucky to live through that one. Okay, we have no choice. We have to sleep. See, I think I didn't place that right, that bed, probably. There. Yeah, you can't see what you're doing. Yeah. And now I've got to wait around again. You know, I need to see what I'm doing in here. I suppose I could get some resin and we could make some lamps, but yuck, you know. And this, I've got to do something with this so I can get up and down easily. I don't mind the damage for a while because most likely I'll be taking up a lot of this. See what I mean? We just gotta wait around. You see these? They don't go away until we take the ground. That I learned the hard way. You need to pick the ground. And we'll just wait for a little while. I got lucky in this seed. I got 5 queen bees. But I think it's like kind of random, isn't it? You might get 5, you might get 2, you might get 1. There, I suppose we can scrap these little bits on the... No, I don't really need to scrap them on the sides. Save me a bit of work after, and that's why I left the top piece in here. Let me get that. Don't like the way that happens. We're getting daylight in a second. Oh, there it is. Almost got some daylight. There. I'll need lights, I suppose. Eventually. Now, let's see if we can work this one. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'll figure it out. We have the leveling thing anyway, don't we? Lights are very, very handy. My eyesight is not the greatest. You see this? I don't mind this. But I think I should be digging down, shouldn't I? Oh. 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 My God. I forgot about the sea level. We won't be making a basement, guys. Now that is a newbie mistake, isn't it? We will not be making a basement. That's sea level. I did not know that. I really did not know that. No, you won't get a basement in here. What a pity. No basement, guys. Okay. This is not a basement. We'd want to go high if we needed a basement. So, I get a bit of practice anyway. Let me see. Have I got a hole? Okay, I have the hole outside. But that's a bit of work for nothing, isn't it? That's a pity. I wouldn't like to destroy this. I wonder if I... Well, they're spawning here, aren't they? This is really nice. I don't want to get rid of it. But they're not going to come in from here anyway. So it's probably just from here. I don't know, my first settlement, guys, here might have been a bit... No problem. Might have been a bit silly. You know, until I get into the swing of things. I'm mega tempted to start again, guys. You know what I mean? I've just been in for 3 days. I needed a bit of a learning thing. And the boss is not that hard. You know, to find a nice seed. But I think my first settlement should not be at a dock. I can build a dock away. You know, and we'll have no junk and stuff there. You know, it would be a short trip, let's say. Something close to, but not right beside. I think this was a bad pick. I needed something high enough for a basement. So, judging by the mistake I've made here, I'll show you for a moment. This would have been a good place for a dock. But definitely not a homestead. I'll show you where a good place for a homestead. Up high, up here. This would have been a good place, although it's a bit barren. Here, let's try that new pickaxe now. Oh, nice. We want to build high. Here. Well, you know what I mean. Well above, yeah. Yeah, I'm a good ways. That was a bad pick. That's what I'll do. That was fun. I can get through it pretty quickly now. I know exactly what I need to do. So, we'll go in, we'll try another seed. And we'll pick something flat, but we'll pick it pretty close. Let's say, you know, you could have a dock way down there. But I think to start a home, I shouldn't have been worried about a dock. That was a big mistake. Right. We'll log out. And I'll start another seed. I'm sorry about this, guys, but I needed those few days to, you know, kind of get into this game. But I have a rough idea now of exactly what we need. But I'll tell you what we can do. Hang on, let me load this game. I'll still have all of my upgrades when we go into this world. Do you know what I mean? I might have to kill the boss again, but that was easy. You know what I mean? So we didn't waste any of the grinding time. But I want to take my queen bees with me. That's the one thing I want to take. Well, actually, I'll leave them here. Yeah, I'll come back and collect them later and then destroy the world. Get rid of it. So it's just a matter of just finding a nice settlement spot. We don't even have to do much exploring. Now. Yeah, I want to do the 4 provinces, you know? 4 wars, I'll get rid of the other ones later. So now we just go looking for a place to build a settlement. And I can go back and collect my materials before I destroy that world. We don't even have to, you know, go grinding. I was using a test seed as well earlier on, you know. And there we go, this is our new world. You see, we've already got all of our junk here. So all I've got to do is... Actually... Yeah, we've got enough wood to do a workbench and stone and that. So we've got to do a little bit of exploring. We'll do this one here, day 1. So that's where the guy is. There. Now there should be some mushrooms around here. We'll just wait till it gets a little bit daylight. And we'll kill him again later. That's not a biggie. It's pretty easy now, we've got these upgrades. Now, okay. We'll go out in 4 straight lines from here. And we'll see what we can find. We'll keep away from the ocean this time. We'll keep the high ground. Probably overlooking the ocean if we can. And of course, anything we find of interest we'll mark. Oh, this is not bad either, guys. You know what I mean? We are kind of down in the hollow. We'll work out in 4 straight lines. I needed a few days to kind of get into it. Hey, you're looking for a friendly community service. Pandora's box is good. No problem. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out when I'm ready. Just need to learn the ropes of the game, James. And how have you been? Yeah, my heart is kind of set on a basement. I need to practice, you know. But I don't mind putting those few days in. I always do that on a game, Wolf, and you've probably done the same. If you're new to a game, you get a few days in, you practice. But with this, you can change seeds and then delete them, which is really good. All good, nice. Hanging out for today, cool. I just need a little time to learn the ropes on this. So I want to come out in 4 straight lines, you know what I mean? That's not a bad spot either, seeing as we have a pickaxe now, guys, you know what I mean? So stones is not a problem. I'm looking for a nice little spot. Nice little green area where we could do, I mean, a big build. We could dig our moats and all of that. Problem is, yeah, it would have to be a moat. Well, there's no problem. We could line it with wood or eventually, let's say, do it with stone. Or more like a dike. So we're going out in a straight line. We'll just see what's here. Well, there's boars here. So let's mark this here. So if we ever need to set up a farm, this would be the way to do it. Just need to see. We might find an ideal spot. To be honest, I prefer to be in the center for some reason. And we mark everything we come across as well. We find our spot, then we'll start our settlement. We can collect the junk from the other world before we delete it. There's a lot of stuff to bring over. I just bring over some of the wood, you know. And we can be overloaded. I've tried it. You know, we'll spawn back in and have enough stuff, let's say, just to hold it. So it'll only be one trip. Well, not exactly. You see, we've only got X amount of boxes, so maybe a few trips. When we get too far, we can just save, log out, and it'll bring us right back to the starting area again, as far as I know. Right back there, so we don't have to travel all the way back. I just want to see how big this is. Well, we've got to the ocean, guys. Ah, this also is a pretty nice place, you know, but again, that might be high enough. Oh, some kind of stone circle. And okay, we've got some boar here. And we've got some shacks here. I'll just temporarily mark these. This is not looking too bad, guys. But, I don't know, do we need that? What's the story with those stone circles anyway? Is there something in there? And this here. It's not bad, it's a bit uneven, but... There's actually nothing inside. And that's about it. Here's something interesting here. And then I'll log out in a minute, it'll bring us right back to where we started, and I can go in the other direction. It's not bad. I don't want to terraform too much. That doesn't look like a bad spot, guys, to be honest, does it? We'll mark this with a question mark as a maybe. And there's a beehive here. We'll mark that with a B, with a BH. That's a pretty nice spot, guys. It's a pity I can't get a really level spot, to be honest, but probably where that one is here, right here. We get rid of that and take it down a bit. We should be high enough to build a basement. Okay, we'll mark this with a question mark. There's our question mark. Right, I'll just quickly run down here for a moment. These guys are going to be pretty simple now. I think we've only got some forest and junk here. Not really interested in the forest. Right, that's one direction, so let me log out. I think that will get us right back to where we came in. And we'll try the other direction. Won't be a second doing this. Now I think it will bring us right back there because we don't have a bed or a spawn point. And that would be the easiest way to get around this map, I think. You know, using that as a center point. And we won't explore too much, just go in the 4 directions. And then we'll pick one of those. Hopefully heading all the way to the sea or the edge of the Black Forest. Oh. No. It didn't do it that way, guys. That is unfortunate. No. Okay. I thought that would work. Doesn't matter. We just go back to where we came. Oh, mushrooms. Well, either way, we're using this world anyway. So it's not a waste of time, you know. Oh, hi, Skyrim Slayer. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. And how have you been, Slayer? I hope you've been well. It's a pretty big world with the other biomes as well. I wonder if there's any way of getting up that stamina. One moment now. Oh, that's the power. I see. It was a power thing. Pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, this is day 3 and I've been learning the ropes. I'm starting a new world. You know, I just needed those few days to kind of get into it. So, I thought it was being clever. It would put me back to my original spawn point. But maybe I should have built a bed down there. It's just left me right back where I started. And the first boss will be a breeze, but pretty good game, yeah. Definitely. I'm looking for a decent place to build. I'll trying to get back the way I came, which is up that way, isn't it? Yeah, it's a good way away. That's a pity. What I'll have to do is build a bed down there. I really messed up on that one. Just anything at all, just to get us back here. To that spot. I'm just marking out the resources. Wrong way. This way. That way there. Finding it hard to kind of get around in this. There, that's the way there. We'll make a bed back here so we'll spawn. This wasn't a bad spot either, guys, was it? Except, oh, this is a longboat. I think there might be treasure or something in that. I wanna mark this one. We'll put it down as LB. This is a gravesite. As far as I know, it looks like the Viking burial mounds. Yeah. I'm back. Oh, welcome back. Waiting for Dead Space remake to download. Nice. Do you like the fact that you can build anywhere you like? Yeah, it's pretty good. The problem is the places are not very suitable. Not until late game, I suppose, Court, until you get all of the pieces. Yeah. I don't know much about this one. Neither do I. What's the premise? Not much, to be honest. You're a dead Viking warrior. You've got to beat 5 bosses to get to Valhalla. So basically, you know, you got to survive. You need food and you need that. You need to keep upgrading. But it's a game that's kind of rewards you for doing everything. You know what I mean? So the bosses are not too bad if you've upgraded to the max. You know? But it's not much of a story. It's still early access. Yeah, it's been around early access for a while. But it's a game with great potential. To be honest, even in this state, it's a lot better than a lot of the so-called AAA games. You know what I mean? It's a game with a lot of promise. But there's this, and what really interests me is the settlement building, or let's say the building aspect of it. Yeah. Still streaming, yeah. No, I was 4 hours late, Daz. I was kind of sick yesterday. Chest infection, some kind of cold. So, I actually overslept by about 3.5, 4 hours. So, you know, kind of making up for it now. But I think I got the swing of things now on this. Just a few things I needed to learn. Very good, yeah. You know, it looks pretty retro here. The character is pretty basic, you know what I mean? But a pretty good game. It really encourages you to, you know, do the grinding and survival. You won't die without food, but you'll be killed pretty quickly. Your base is about 25 health, I think, and stamina. And each food will have a certain time and a certain value. So it definitely, if you want to get the higher bosses, it encourages you to play all aspects of the game. You know, the mining, the building, the farming, all of that stuff, you know. Yeah, the late start. And I'm marking the spots here to come back to later, you know what I mean? So what I should have doing is building a bed down at our altar where we come in. But I'm having problems with the directional arrow. There. Now, sprinting is not a good idea because if you meet something that's kind of big, you can't fight or run, so you're pretty much dead. So that's why stamina is a big thing. I think I got it up to... the highest I think was 94 with the right foods. Oh, and to you too, Skyrim Slayer. I hope you have a good one. What I'll probably do when I stop streaming, because it's a hard game to stop playing when you start. If we don't find a nice little base, I'll find one and get a start on it. But until we get a base in to hold all of our junk, and trust me, there is a massive, massive amount of junk. So what I need to do here is build something kind of temporary, or even save it here. This is what I'll do. I'll save it here. Now let's see will it allow us to build a really silly bed. Just a real shack, you know what I mean? Oh, no workbench. Yeah, we need a workbench. Ah, come on. Oh, it won't let us build around that. That's right. We can build it up here at the tree, I'd say. Just something really gross, just for a spawn point. And then we can destroy it after. Yeah, it is. It is. And hi, Ocean Drainer. Stupid greyling. Now, I just want something kind of gross here, just enough so we can get a bed in. Blocked. I won't do it that way. This might work, guys. And we can scrap it a little later, you know what I mean? It's just so hard to do this at night. Even the most basic stupid stuff at night is hard to do. I will be destroying this almost immediately when we get sorted. Hang on now. There. Right. I know it's a bit annoying, but I need this as a spawn point. That'll be handy for exploration as well, just something really gross. I'll have to change the power button as well. And as I said, this doesn't have to be pretty. No, it's not gonna work. Let me try the other one. Hey, you see it's getting dark now, hang on. Okay, that's not good enough. There, that's enough for a moment. The bed might work now, guys. Although I doubt it. Let's give it a shot. Claim. Bed needs a roof. See what I mean? Bed needs a silly roof. Yeah, that should do it. Doesn't have to be pretty. Just the basic. Yay! We got it, guys. Yeah, still early access. Yeah. Is the game done? Or it's still in development? Yeah. But I heard it's come a long way and there's still more to do. They're adding bigger areas, like almost like DLCs and that, and adding tons more stuff. Yeah, tons more stuff. And sorry, I just got so distracted. I'm really into this game. That's our bed. We'll mark this as bed. Eventually I'll come back here and do something basic and decent, you know. I want to have these little outposts. So that's that one. Actually, what I need to do is I'll get rid of that. And the bed is enough. You see the bed icon? Yeah, we don't need anything. There's a bed icon there. And let's save this. Oh, we'll sleep actually. No, it won't be much of a sleep. But it'll get us to the light, or nearly there. And we can go on another direction. We're just going to go to the edges on each direction and see if we can quickly find. Or at least I want to gauge, you know, how big this is. Now, this time, We go in this direction here, guys. You know, straight from here. And this time when we save and then when we respawn here. I just didn't want to damage the trees yet. Oh, I see where we're going here. How far we were away from the Black Forest as well. Oh, hang on. Yeah, that would help, wouldn't it? Yeah, this is pretty good, but it's extremely grindy to start with. But the best about it is, if you change your mind in a world, you can bring your character over and the junk he has, so you don't have to start from scratch. So, you know, find a decent world. I made a few mistakes on that. Apparently it has a water table. How's that? I dug down for a basement and I hit water. So, you know, you could actually, in that sense, then you could make your own harbour, to be honest. Yeah, that's not a problem. I won't even mark that. I just want to go in a straight line from here. I want to find a nice build area. Ah, the fog is killing me because I can't really see where we're going. Oh, there's some really great storms as well here. And hi, Sonny Get Gold. Thanks for following. Appreciate it and welcome to the channel. And how have you been, Sonny? Is this part of the world? Fantasy, yeah. You're a dead Viking warrior. And you're basically dropped off in the middle of nowhere with nothing, only the rags on your back. And you've got to scrape and grind to make weapons and upgrade and kill bosses to honor Odin and eventually get into Valhalla. But it's the journey. It's one of those games where it's the journey that's really fun, you know? So that's the kind of thing it is. Yeah, some of those camera... Me too, Wolf. Yeah, me too. I'm going to check the first-person view in a moment. Yes, kind of Nordic thing. Oh, totally fantasy, yeah. I'd say by the time it's done with, they'll work on a little bit of backstory, and I've heard rumours that there's going to be quests with NPCs, you know, which is pretty good. Yes, that's what it is. Nordic mythology. It's pretty good. But let's say with a little bit more work, this has the potential to be a classic. But if this had AAA graphics, a couple of quests thrown in, my god, this would be a game. But it's still a really, really good game. Very, very, very engaging, you know. Especially for me, I've never played before, so I don't know what I'm going to meet, you know. I pretty much know the Meadows area now. But what I've found is, you know, here it's best to start making a decent settlement straight away. Because you would need, and I mean it, a warehouse to hold all the stuff. And when you find resources, they respawn apparently. So, you click on this, and you just put in a brief description, like that. Or of a place you want to go back and visit later. And you can easily, you know, remove the marker as well. Oh, this is not a great place for building, you know. There's a house down there, you see it? We'll have a quick look at that. You see, the fog is killing me. You shouldn't really be doing this. But that's guaranteed beehive, I'd say. Oh yeah, beehive is very important. Here's some more. They're not great as food, to be honest. But I'm guessing they play a bigger part in the game later. This is probably just a chest. Yeah, we'll see what's in here. There might be something interesting. But after that, we don't even have to mark it. Yeah, we got some gold. We'll take your torch. Don't ask me why, but we'll take it. And then that one. Oh, that was a bit of a... Okay, we'll go on. I want to see when I make it to the edge. Yes, yes, and it's still improving all the time, I've heard. But I'm impressed. You know what I mean? For early access. And I think it was only like 20 euros. But I'm guessing when this is fully developed, you won't be getting this for 20 euros. And I don't mind, you know, helping out indie developers. This game is, you know, not really helping them. It's a good game. It's well worth it. I'm not going to take any more torches, guys. Actually, I'm going to do better. I can make these easily. They can keep their torch. It's holding up a full section. I'm just basically exploring in the 4 directions. You know what I mean? For a rough settlement site. To be honest, I just want one in every biome, you know? And then I can build other ones later if I want to, but I prefer to go to a seed world. I don't know how it would handle medium to big size builds, so I think one good settlement in every biome. It's hard for me to see the layout here in this fog, so it's not really helping me. But this would be a half decent little bed here, guys. What do you think? This is an ideal place for a bed. You know, it's basically made for us. Oh, you... Okay, we need a workbench. Okay. Crafting. Workbench. Okay. I think for the time being we just put it here. Well, it doesn't really work, does it, unless we have it inside. I don't know if we fit a workbench. We'll just leave it outside for a moment and I'll put some really nasty thing over it. This would just be a really nasty one. And then a bed. Well, actually, we need to fix the floor. Doesn't have to be fancy, but Just a roof over our heads. Now, this would be a good little base. There's little bases like this we'll need, you know, to get around quickly. Okay, I'm gonna have to change that power, guys. That's just stupid. That button is not suiting me at all. Well, this is a lot fancier than our usual shacks. A lot fancier. Very fancy. Just a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit, Wolf. Just a smidgen. Well, that will do. Not a bad little one. Right, let's start building. You see that? They haven't done that properly, this step. Now. Okay, we just fill up that, why not? We got a whole hug. This will be a luxury one. Oh, we don't have any wood. Ah, now guys, that's a problem. Yeah, we can't spawn here. We need some wood. Okay, I might have to... I'll take some saplings. You see those saplings here? I'm not too bothered about the saplings. And that. That's ugly. There. I don't want to take too much from this place. We'll probably need some stone. The stuff that respawns, I'm not... Oh, and that one. There. Now I'm going to put the fire beneath. And I think that would work. It would still register. Hey! I think I needed stuff from him anyway to make a fire, a resin. Kindling. There you go. Let's see if it will work. Put it beneath. See here? Oh, guys. I think that would work. I ain't gonna have a warm backside in here. Yes, for a while, until I get into it. And within about a week or two, I will get back to Fallout 4, doing a day or two every week. Yeah, and the Odyssey playthrough. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this. But I needed a little break from those kind of games anyway, you know what I mean? So, a week or two of this, and then I'll cut back on these a little bit, and we'll at least do dedicate a day a week to the other two as well. Hmm. Fire needs no blocks above them for them to work, so I don't think... No, I just want it so I can sleep, Court. This is just a bed in the middle of nowhere for a spawning point. You know, where I can do a kind of save. I will be coming back here and destroying it eventually. Yes, the vault is done. That. I finished it. Yeah. The next time we're in, I'll show you the finished job. I don't know. Maybe I might a little later if some friends call around. But I doubt it. Ocean Drainer. Oh yeah, you're right. It needs to breed. Oh, that's not a problem. I'll put it... Well, actually I'm going to put a thing on the back of that in a moment. Okay, let's forget about that for a moment. Yeah, it needs to breed. It needs a kind of drafting. Unbelievable physics in this game. I'll just get our bed in. Let me fix up that guy as well. Oh, hang on. I want to make something for that stupid workbench. Now, this does not have to be pretty, and it's not going to be pretty. Where's the 45? Oh, this should be enough, I'd say. And maybe for our little... that will keep the workbench okay, and I think we should be able to put the fire here as well. Yeah, it needs apparently room to breed. Didn't really expect those kind of physics. Now that workbench, let me just destroy that for a moment. We'll move it over to the one side. And now we build our fire. There we go. I think that should do. Is this working? Yeah. Now, eventually when I get time, I'll form a few of these places, but they won't be palaces, but they'll be made a lot better than that. We'll have a kind of basic thing. Yeah, it works. It works alright, guys. The wind is a factor. Yeah, it is. The weather. Big time. Abrupt becomes like never... Oh, I had to come back more than... Oh my. So you lost 48 hours. Now, that was a bit of a mistake, guys. I didn't exactly mean to do that. But that's our spawn point there. And that's another bed. A little bit better than the other one, to be honest. But I do intend to scrap them all later. I make proper spots, you know. This is the Black Forest. See this? Yeah, that's the Black Forest, boys. We're getting out of here. Yeah. These guys are not that forgiving. They'll hurt me really bad. Okay. Okay, I don't mind the odd two, you know what I mean? There, well that's it. That's as far. We're going into the Black Forest. Right. So not much here, guys. Oh, that's our little house there. I know, we'll give it a torch. Yeah, we'll give it a... Nah, we can do that when we come... We'll give it a torch some other time. What the? Oh, there's another guy here. Oh, he was one of the big guys. Right, we need to get back. So, I accidentally slept there, so we'll spawn there now. Well, I think it's only a dead thing, isn't it? So we need to make our way back the way we came. What about on that hill? Nah. Hey, here, guys. This is not bad. Oh, hang on, we already have a bed here as well. It's not bad. And we're pretty close to the Black Forest, guys. Hmm? Got potential, isn't it? It's a bit hilly. Oh, terrible. Well, no, anyway. That's not a bad spot there. Okay, we'll get back. We'll get back. There was another half decent place to fix up, I suppose. Oh my god, what about this as a settlement? Look at that tree. I don't think we'd ever grow some... it's a bit close to that, isn't it? Well, what do you think, guys? I like the tree. Definitely put a question mark here, but let's mark this one. Ground might not be the best, but if we could terraform around it. I definitely like the tree. Let me put a question mark down on this one. It's not bad, but it's not exactly scenic. The tree is nice, I must admit, but... yeah, maybe we can grow one after ourselves. Isn't it? You know, you're always looking for the best spot in this game. I only intend to make one main settlement here. So I just want to put a question mark on this as a possibility. Although it's hard to see it there with the raspberries, but it has potential. So okay, let's get home. It's a nice little spot, but you know, if the ground was somewhat level, I want something with the least amount of work, you know? But we found the edge of the Black Forest as well, so that will soon be our next little hit. Oh, we were not here. Kind of interesting, isn't it? Hmm? Beehive. Yeah, there's a beehive back and that we collected later. I definitely like this. Here. And there's even some boars here. Now, as long as there's not a longboat. There is longboat here, probably. Oh, it doesn't look like a longboat. There's some stones, but I think we can take them out. Right where that beehive is would make an ideal settlement, guys. You know what I mean? We've got a nice forest around us. I can clear the land here. Within reason. Especially when I get some kind of cultivator thing. Viking here, is there? Oh, cool. There. That's pretty nice. Okay, let's get back to where we're going. It'll be hard to find a nicer spot than that, guys. I know the ground is all over the place. We'd need a lot of stone to terraform it, but, you know, we have an axe. Ah, these are the ones that I gotta mark. Oh. See, my problem really straying away. I don't even know which way I'm going, to be honest. This way here, I think. You see, I'm trying to get back to this place. There's no way I can follow a marker in this game. I think that's something they've got to work on. And it's confusing to kind of work out which way you're going. There. So we're actually over here. It's a pity it's so confusing, your direction. There, okay, we're back on track. Your character is pretty small on the map. It's kind of hard for me to even work out where I am. There we are there now. There. We need to be going a little bit that way there. See that way? Right, let's run for it. I think it's worth it we do a bit of running. we'll mark these raspberries here. I don't even think we should be. I can get rid of them off the map later anyway. And this is the one we were thinking of a moment ago. I'm absolutely lost in this game. I can't... There, over there. Yeah, we'll get there. And we need to just go back to the old bed we had. Right, where are we? Actually, this way. See what I mean? Confusing. Combat is pretty good, but you'll get creamed pretty quickly in the beginning. You're literally forced to, and I think that's good to get all the upgrades and stuff. Here we are, guys. We're back. We're back. Where's our bed? Yeah. There's a really cool bed here. Hey! But I'm happy with this world here, as long as I don't make any mistakes. But as long as I pick the ground high enough, you know, I can fix anything that comes up. Now, so we've got this direction here. You see that direction? So I think we just run forward from here. And you're definitely encouraged to do farming. Oh, I can tell the map from behind me, maybe. Yeah, but that's only while it's still on my map. So we want to go off in kind of in this direction here. Just for we get to the edges of all of this. And we might fluke on an ideal. Although the ones up near the Black Forest are pretty good. Oh, you see this? Yeah, you see that? Yeah. Now, I don't have to mark these because I know they don't respawn. But usually there's a few baddies around where you see them. And we'll be needing lots of those later for upgrades. Here's an interesting spot. There's some kind of altar. I see, if I've already done the upgrades, so these guys are kind of easy. But if you're not happy, then you can bring your character, create another world, start again, but you've got all your stuff, you know. Yes, but they're kind of similar, to be honest. On console anyway, where you start off, the boss is always right beside you. And yeah, kind of, yeah. Well, visually, But I'm saying the shapes in that will be different, and where the edges of the other biodomes are, you know, would probably be different. Oh, look at this, guys. It's a pity about the longboat. That ruins it for me. Here's another ideal spot. I don't think... Looks like there's something buried there. Oh, this is not a bad spot around that tree. But they'll usually put in something else, you know what I mean? See, I'd want to expand out a good bit, and that would definitely be in my way if I did. It's still a decent spot. It's got a boar here as well. Not too fond of that look there, to be honest. We'll put it down as a question mark, I suppose. There's a boar pretty close by. And I think we have our first crypt, haven't we? Oh, there's a nice valley up here. Let me see. No, I think we got that one already. Here, what about... There's a decent spot, guys. Tree in the background. But we've been here, haven't we? Apparently no. It's gonna be hard to find the place we want, guys. There's some little village down there. It's kind of populated here, big time. Yeah, there's too much traffic here. No, too many structures. Hang on, I think we're at the ocean. And I'm hoping now when we log out, when we log back, at all the spawn point, isn't it? Yeah, there's the ocean down there. All the way to the ocean, guys. Not a bad spot here either. Reasonably flat, reasonably high. I think we'd be able to dig down. Build a little something here later. There's another possible location there. We could build our settlement up here. It'll be high enough for a basement here. We've still got a nice little tree in the background. I will do my best to kind of terraform it here to keep it up to tree level. You know what I mean? Might look pretty until we get something to rotivate, you know, and then take it down. So we try to build a level from here. Although it's a lot to ask, isn't it? Nice little stream coming in. The fences would be cruel. You see what I mean? This is why I don't want to pick this. You know, building up defenses. Okay, let me log out from here and I'll see if it will bring me back to the spawn point. Just to save me a journey walking around. I'm still kind of working out, looking how this works, you know. Hopefully it'll bring me back to the center, but I doubt it. I didn't save, so I think it will just drop me back off there. Yeah, as I thought. And there's a ping. There, okay. Right, let's work our way back, guys. See, the food for a hunt doesn't work straight away. So we just got one more direction left, and then we'll pick from some of these question marks. I think we move more inland. We can always build a small dock later for a ship. You know, and then when the ring things come up, what do you call them? The Stargate things come up. You know, we'll be able to put those ones in. That's providing we can actually get there. Traveling around the dark is not too bright. It's absolutely pitch black. I don't know, maybe we should have grabbed one of those torches. Oh, I should get back pretty quickly. I would like if my character was a little bit bigger on the map and maybe a different colour. It would be helpful. So, we've only one direction to quickly look at. It's this way, isn't it? Oh, we're there. Exactly where are we? The skeleton guys, what is one of those? There's a crypt around close by. Yeah, that's a possible location there. Here, we're here, guys. Just one more direction. A 1-star deer. I've never seen a 1-star deer before. But I don't think we can farm them. I've never seen a 1-star deer. Okay, where's our bed, guys? Back this way. You see what I mean about this? There it is. That's why you'd want lots of lights around something. Where do you find the caves? No caves. There's crypts. And basically, there's just a few stones standing like this with a cross beam, and you walk down some steps into a loading cell. So, maybe in the other biomes, but I haven't been out of this one yet. You know what I mean? So in this one there's just like a crypt, like an underground crypt. But yeah, you could call them caves. You see where I marked that skeleton I killed? They hang around them. So it's probably in that area. There's only one in the meadows. I've tried a couple of biomes exploring, and maybe there's other ones, you know, in the higher areas more. Yeah, you need, yeah. There will only be one in the meadows, and you'll get these jewel things. There's about 5 to 7. You need 5, yeah. Yeah, I've got mine already. But I'm going to be bringing everything over to this biome, so I don't have to do the grinding again. What I'm really interested in is looking for a settlement spot. Now, I just want to go this way, guys. You see this way here? So, this way here. And that will be it then. Once I just want to go in a straight line from there. I don't mind even building close to this, to be honest. So far the ground is not too bad. Rotman's ocean drainer. Rotman's. They're kind of like Benson and Hedges. I think they're owned by a US company in Britain, or at least bought up, I think, at some stage. Pall Mall, I think, own them. So, you know, the classics here would be, let's say, well, for old school guys, would be these and Benson. Although the other generations are different with different brands, really. The whole thing is silly, you know, the smoking thing. Wish I never got into it. It's a bit late for that now. Oh. I want to fist fight this guy. There. Another thing when you sleep, make sure and equip your stuff. Another thing this game needs, you can't pause anything to change your weapons or equip. See what I mean? You've got to do it live. Yeah, it would. Just a few little things, you know what I mean? I can live with them. It's a great game. But then it isn't finished, so you know what I mean? They'll probably add those later. Like, so you can pause like that to change weapons. Because these guys are on you like a flash. And then it's confusing, you know, there's so many weapons and... A lock-on feature. Yeah, well, I wouldn't be too concerned about that in survival kind of thing. But definitely a pause while you look for your weapons would be nice. That's why you gotta always remember when you wake up to... equip them. Or maybe adding abilities or something to give you a little bit more health or food. I think the death penalty is a bit harsh, 5%. You know, I think 1% is more than enough, because you're going to be dying a lot in the beginning. If you're not willing to do what I did, let's say, and start another seed, just use one as a kind of learning curve. But the big thing is, let's say if I get killed down here, in a really hard area, I'll spawn back at my bed. So I'll have to travel down here with no weapons or armor to get this. And that can be a problem, you know, if it's in a hard area. Or if you were to die at sea, you're pretty much done. You'd lose everything, you know. Because there ain't no way you're getting that. You can't dive into the water. Can't swim down. So you'd have to be really careful at sea. So I've learned a good bit. I think the basics I need. But once I get a reasonable settlement up, then we'll hit for the Black Forest. This looks like your classic beehive here. Yep. Beehive. There it is. Don't bother trying to kill those guys. Just mark them. Always bring your building hammer with you. Build a workbench. Then repair the building and destroy it, and you can collect them. You don't have to fight them. Yeah. No, I don't. I'm an absolute newbie. I would reckon maybe around a third boss, I would say. But this isn't a game, let's say, that doesn't reward you for rushing, you know? And anyway, it's too much fun, you know what I mean? Just the exploring like this is absolutely wonderful. You know, never knowing what you're going to find. What is... You see this? I always look around here, you get a little... Well, sometimes. Not today. Now, I seen something back here, guys, that looks interesting. You see what I mean? But I think it's folly looking for an ideal place for a settlement, you know that? I want a nice clearing like this. It would be ideal. And then I can eventually, you know, put farms in and tend to probably eventually make a pretty decent big base. But this here with a bit of terraforming. Much of, you know, if it was just the center it would be something. But if the tops are high. I know we'll find a spot eventually. And here we go again. Oh, I heard somebody say if you dig down here there's treasure, but not much. So I wouldn't even bother until I have some terraforming tools to repair it after. Just some junk. Arrows and money and stuff. So I want to mark this as a longboat here. And then this down here. You see, I'm going to have to build some serious defenses here, so I gotta take that into account as well. I don't know, it's going to be hard to find a place, guys. You see where... It's over here. I wanted to go in a straight line. It's starting to look like a swastika. So I want to be running this way. But I think we need those same cores to make the portals as well. And just mark out those resources. I would have... Yeah. I think we're better off building up instead of digging down, to be honest. Yeah, I just need to get to here and then we run across. So we're going to have to make up our mind shortly. That's the beehive, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. We'll be going there later. Now, this is interesting here. Let me see. I don't know, guys. That's not a bad spot there, is it? You got a nice forest in the back. A bit of terraforming on this. I don't know, guys. This looks like an ideal spot. I'm not sure about terraforming around a tree if it would destroy it. This tree is a pretty good feature. We'll put this for a question mark. The clincher for me would be to get a little bit of, you know, level ground. I have to go. Have a great day and stay safe, everyone. And thanks for stopping by, Das. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good day. Take care and stay safe, Das. Bye. All the best, Das. I'm really having fun with this. Even looking for a place to build. That's pretty interesting. You know, we get to explore as well. We want to go this way. Marking the resources as we're going along. That would be vital, I'd say, when you get to the marsh, you know, for the copper mines or deposits. Oh, this looks like an interesting spot. Definitely, yeah. But I've noticed in this game, James, I'm going to need a literal warehouse for storage. I'm going to have to think very, very big for storage. I'm going to have to think extremely big for store. Oh, Black Forest, guys. It's all over. Black Forest. That's it, guys. If we pick up here, it's not too bad because we're close to the Black Forest for our next journey. I know, being too close might be too bad, but not here. I think we're okay. So, I'm thinking here. I want to keep as much... Oh, is it... There's a ton of boars here as well. I don't want to kill these. You know, we're going to do that farming thing. This isn't an ideal spot. Oh, we could start off a little farm, and there's plenty of raspberries and junk. I heard a video that something bad occasionally happens. In the... Oh yeah, in the big clearings. Yeah. But I'm going to be ready for that one, I think. Well, here we're not too bad. We're still in the meadows, you see. You know what I mean? But it all goes down to our defences. You see that? There's a ton of them. We'll also look up here on top. But you see this clearing here? We're far enough away from the Black Forest and we could make a pretty decent settlement here. I like it. We'll look at this top as well while we're here. But I think I've decided we have a ton of boars, 6 or 7. I've never seen so many. We could start off a little farm as well. I like that tree in the background, and we could start from a level here. And there's plenty of rock to mine. Although I don't want to get rid of too much of it, you know. But I think we found our little spot. No, don't get me wrong, this one we've marked out down here as well. That's kind of pretty nice as well. So that one back there, guys, well, this one has too much work for terraforming. You know, it's too high. No. Okay. I think we've found our little spot. And when I stop streaming, I'll move all the junk over and get rid of the other ones. And it's away from enough of these unique structures as well. I suppose with a bit of work you could build on this. Well, that's a piece of ground level, so yeah, you could build up high, you'd be pretty safe. But that would be more like a player home instead of a, you know, a large settlement. So this, I want to terraform around this here. And I don't want to destroy too much of this. Well, that might be easy. It's easy to say that too, isn't it? Let's say out here. And we keep... Yeah, right here. Here. I'll terraform this. You see, I don't know if I could actually destroy this, but we're going to find out in a second, aren't we? We might have to cut back in instead, but that creates a really ugly, you know, cliff face. Now maybe if we just level it and, you know, come out here. I don't know, guys. I just really need a level spot here, I suppose. Horrible situation. I'm not sure. Yeah, but this, I want this to be quite big, and you know, I want to get... You see, I can level it from anywhere, but then when we get to the edge, you get that ugly kind of, thing at the edge. Raising it up would take a ton of stone, and still, to a certain extent, you get an ugly edge. I suppose we could wall it off with something, maybe. But it's pretty hard to get the level I want. But this is not a bad spot here. But still not big enough. Well, there's the other ones, guys. And that we've seen. Yeah, let's keep going. I want to go in this direction here. No, that's the Black Forest. Okay, we'll go in this direction. Who knows, we might get lucky. We have nothing to lose now at this stage. Just a flat piece of ground would do, but a large area. And when I said flat, you know what I mean? It doesn't have to be too flat, but reasonable. I'm sure there's got to be something around. Maybe I'm just thinking too much about it. I think we're back to the ocean again, guys. Oh, hang on. What's this? Black Forest. Right close to the Black Forest. Oh, I think I know what you mean. Yeah, if you build in the opening around the Black Forest, you get the trolls and stuff. That's the Black Forest there. Well, I suppose if we get back a good bit from it. Yeah, easier than flattening. I think so as well. But if I want to do farms and stuff, and tend to have a reasonably big area. You know, reasonably big. Like we had some homesteaders here before. I don't even mind cutting out in the middle of a forest either, you know. But I'm guessing there's at least one area here that's, you know, kind of half decent. Just a matter of finding it. Anyway, it's nice to know what we're getting. Oh, no problem. My pleasure. Ocean Drainer. I'm really, really, really enjoying this. Although it's a little frustrating trying to find decent flat land, but... What the... Okay, I nearly got hammered there, guys, because I forgot about the food. Yes, we're at the ocean, guys. So... I'm gonna quickly run along here, I'd say. This is lovely here, to be honest, but horrible place for building. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't mind a spot, let's say, by the sea, but... maybe we might find a spot. To be honest, you'd want to be doing this anyway, going around by the edges and seeing how big your map is. Maybe if we get a place high enough. Yeah, we might still find a place here. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So I wanted to do one for mostly storage. You know, a huge storage area. You know, my very first base. Here, guys, look at this. This doesn't look too bad. We're high enough from here as well. This could be the place we're looking for. And we still get by the ocean thing. But I can't see a thing. This would be as good a place as any we can dig down. And we're well away from the Black Forest and any nasties, you know. We're a good bit away, guys. We are a good bit away. But we know the Black Forest is coming around on that edge. So God knows what biome is here. This looks like a decent spot. But I can't really see. We'll probably run into some nasties down here and die. Hang on now. Mostly forest. A search for the perfect spot for a settlement. In the dark, not too bright. Now, a kind of temporary sleeping system like a campfire would be good. That would be decent. It's something so you could wait till morning. Kind of ridiculous in this. What's this here? Oh, this is the Black Forest, guys. Yeah, we've come too far. This is the Black Forest. That spot. Yeah, it's pretty close to the Black Forest. I think it's the best we're gonna get. To be honest. Oh, big guy. Yeah, well, that is the Black Forest. That's definitely the Black Forest. He's going for a swim. I won't follow him. So, I don't know if we could see it in the daylight. And it will give me something to do later today as well. I'll probably have the basement up and a pretty large house. Something similar to what we've done before. But all for storage and exploration from here. So I think we're high enough. We'd probably have to terraform this. And I'd like to keep this. This would be handy. I don't mind a walk down to the dock. And anyway, when we get an attack then, that means they won't be down around the dock. And we still have a nice tree. I think you're right. This could be the spot. Okay, we'll hang around a little bit until daylight. And we'll terraform this. I want to start from, you see the tree level? If I could. We'll use the tree level. And kind of come out a bit. Hopefully that would work. Because the tree level is kind of higher than most of this area here. And then eventually get in some defenses. And I think this is the spot. Yeah, that's what I need to do. But they'll attack it quite easy. I want to split it up, the stuff, if you know what I mean. So when they attack me here when I'm terraforming, you know what I mean? Now, let's see if I've got enough stuff. Well, I don't want it in the way down here, so we'll build it on the beach. Or build it out on that stupid rock. I won't be going down that far. Somewhere. Yeah, it's up around there, around that tree. Okay. Let's see if we can build a temporary thing. And again, we're still close to the Black Forest, so... I won't even bother with anything too much. Oh, workbench. I'll get rid of the workbench in a moment as well. It doesn't like this area apparently. Oh my god, it's so dark. There. Now. Just leave it here for a moment. I need some light. Oh, about time. I wonder could we build whatever. I think I have a plan here. What are you doing, Rex? Just something really gross. It doesn't have to be flashy. Wood. Here we go. See, we need wood. And it's too dark for me to see what I'm doing. And a lot of this stuff I want to keep. At least we'll stay here by the fire. We might get some kind of a resting bonus. I'll collect all the materials I have a little later. But we found a spot, and I think this one will do. We still got it by the ocean, I suppose you're as well. You know, you're not going to get a perfect spot. So if you're not going to get a perfect spot, get a good enough spot, high enough, and then close to your dock. Oh, it's nearly morning anyway. Oh, I see. You get 8 minutes from that. Actually, it would be a good idea, guys, when you're out adventuring, to bring enough materials to build a campfire, then destroy it and move on. You'll get 8 minutes from that and then a countdown. That's actually not bad. I didn't know that. I thought it was only back at your base. There, it's nearly daylight now, guys. We get our bed and we'll spawn here. And it's not a bad spot. Yeah, storage and that. Yeah. What I want to do for my storage, I want to build a huge basement. And then build my house on that. Well, pretty huge anyway. So, structurally, you see, we're in wood, so I think 9 by 5 would be about, you know, as big as we could go. We don't want it too big. We could build other houses later if we wanted to. But here we go, guys. Now, let's go and see if there's any timber we can get rid of here. Just enough to make that while we're terraforming. Now, there's our workbench, apparently. You know, some rotten wood and stuff. There's one there. You see that? That will have to go. That rotten stump. There's 2 of them, actually. We'll have to cover over that workbench. There's a house down here as well we didn't even check. Guys, let's check. See, it was pitch dark when we got here. Let's have a look at this. It's on the other side. Oh. Used to be a little village or something. Great place to explore, isn't it? A beehive. There's another beehive for our collection. We'll come back and get that a little later. And I'll absolutely erase these once I get here. And that, I just don't want to fill up my inventory yet. There. So there's some more stuff for to get here as well later. And a boar as well, we want one. Right. What do you think of this as a spot, guys? But it's a little bit too far away now, you see, and we're just as well with the terraforming. I don't like it. I think where we were was probably ideal. So let's get the rotten stumps out. We need the wood. And then I'll log out and start bringing in the materials I have for my other settlement. Some nice boars as well for a farm. Well, one at least. I don't want to kill that guy. Yeah. I'll capture them almost immediately when I've got some kind of thing going here. I'll just get rid of the ugly thing from the landscape. And these are no problem to get rid of these. This is also not bad, but this would have a serious problem here. It's a nice spot, guys. I must admit. Isn't it? But it's still not ideal. I prefer to have it down at a tree. And then we can, you know, space off in any direction. We won't be stuck for room. And it's too close to that structure anyway. Okay. Right. Let's build our little hovel. I'll try and keep as much of this terrain as possible. So we'll use the hole and we'll use around the tree as our level, I'd say. And we've got a good few rocks to take out as well. So my settlement will probably end once I terraform it. I don't want to make it too deep. Probably to here. You know. Going back to about that rock and definitely not coming out past here. We'll most likely have to cut into this a bit. I don't mind it. It's going to be a bit of a chore. I'm not really used to the terraforming. I need a bit of practice. To be honest, this is probably the spot here. But I still like that tree. Beach is there and... Okay, I'd say here. I don't mind about the tree. But I will be keeping it. Eventually, I might be able to build around on the side. This is a good spot here, I'd say. Right here. Okay, let's build our structure. Eventually, after a couple of these settlements, I got a feel for, you know, the groundwork. So we'll make a little disgusting one here for a moment. Workbench. Okay. Okay, we can kind of do it this way, I don't mind. Yeah, not really a place for building, is it? Hang on. Okay, I need to work this out here. Whatever. See what I mean? I'll have to change that power to something else. The tree, yeah. And we won't be able to grow anything like that, I think. If we do, we'll be very, very late in the game. The tree is definitely a bonus. Just a really disgusting one we need. Problem with the beds, well, I mean really horrible one. But groundwork is everything with this stupid thing. Ah, let's see. What'll that do? Bed is too exposed. I gotta make up sides. They're really, really picky, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, hi, Jill. Yeah, I started late. I was 4 hours late. Yeah, just something really temporary, guys. You know what I mean? I don't want to do too much on this. Or maybe do something like this, guys. What about this? If we're going for kind of temporary junk. So, how have you been, Joe? And what have you been up to? Ah, that's not working really, is it? Workbench. I think we might be able to do it this way, guys. You know what I mean? A bit of something half respectable. We found a spot for a settlement after hours and hours. Yeah, I got 7 hours. I passed out. But how's your day been? I have some kind of chest infection and flu as well, so I was pretty weak yesterday. Maybe that's why. Okay. It doesn't have to be structurally sound as long as we can sleep in that stupid thing. That would be good. Now. That would probably work, guys. I don't like to spend too much time on this, but what can I do? I'll only have it up for probably a couple of hours. Wood, okay. We'll still probably have to get some wood. See, I need a bed here no matter what happens to it so I can respawn. And we get our junk back. We had a half decent one going, but it was the wrong spot. I wanted a basement. Yeah, very late, about 4 hours, Joe. 7 hours, yeah. That's about as much sleep as I got in the last week. Good morning, Hatros. And how have you been? I hope you've been well. And what have you been up to, Jill? Oh, we're building a monstrosity here just so we can get some work done on this other place. Oh. Blocked. Okay, no problem. As I said, we're not looking for a Sistine Chapel. And we'll be scrapping this so much in a moment. Locked, apparently. Not a problem. I hate the system it has to... For snapping, you've got to be almost above this stupid thing. You see like that? Way different than Fallout. Way different. Now, okay. I use the longer ones, I'd say. Here, the 45. Will we still be able to sneak in? No, not that anyway. There. And now we do a bed. And I'll see if I can move that fire over and then we should be okay, guys. Oh, just getting to work, going to work. Oh, nothing exciting today. Should hopefully have a quiet day in the office. Nice. Yeah, the building aspect here looks... Ooh. Yeah, very finicky. Very, very, very finicky. But it just need practice, you know what I mean? I'm hoping. Okay, no furniture, so that means I need to get some more wood. Oh my god, it's going to be dark before we know it. Here's something here that needs to go. Yeah, a dirty ore stump. Don't mind taking that out. There, let's go make our bed. And then I'll transfer the materials. Yeah, in this. I didn't do a bad attempt at my first one. Everything was going okay. But I didn't know. There's actually a water table in this game, Jill. I didn't realise that I got the pickaxe. When I dug down from my basement, I hit a water table and couldn't make a basement. There's literally a water table. How's that? There's a water table. Unbelievable, isn't it? Oh, I actually have a bed. Guys, it's not allowing me to make a bed. How am I going to manage this? Yeah, water table. You know when you dig down you hit at water level. Yeah. But this is a uniform level that's going right back beneath the map. Kind of cool. So if you got a settlement that's almost water level, if you dug a trench around it, you could build a moat because you've hit the water level. You know what I mean? But it'd want to be very, very level. Yeah. Oh yeah, there. I'm silly. There. Missing requirement, wood. Oh, you mean I need 8 more wood? You've got to be kidding me. Okay, if the guy wants 8 more wood, he wants 8 more wood. But my problem is it's getting dark. Oh, here's some dirty wood up here. Long as I don't have to kill the boars, I'll be needing them. Okay, tell me we've got 8 wood. We've got 12. Wow. Yeah. I can only build in wood at the start, but I've got to keep progressing to get better tools and better equipment, you know what I mean? So, as a starter base, it would be most likely all wood, unless I wanted to redo it again, but that would be, yeah, kind of silly maybe. Now, bed. Now we scrap this and we remake it. I hope that wasn't a mistake. No. That should be enough, guys. Now the map should display a bed. Yeah. Oh, not really. It's not even showing a bed symbol. Better. Oh, I gotta claim it. There it is. There's a spawn point. Perfect. We got it. We can start building. I'll load up in a minute and I'll show you the one we were starting on, and I decided to tear it up, and I'll show you what I mean. Here, let me just save this. Oh, okay, that's not gonna work. Yeah, that went sideways. I'll have to change these. 26s, I'd say. There. Oh yeah, that won't work until I get a roof on that. But I'll be back. I'm going back for materials anyway. And then we can load it right back up here. Yeah, definitely. And build some trunks and stuff. So, I'll quit and go to the other map I was on. And I'll show you. We tore up most of it. You know, but I was going pretty good until I realised about the water level. I was kind of surprised, to be honest. You know what I mean? That it actually had a water table. But that means if you could get a settlement, let's say, close to the ocean, on almost the same level, if you dug a trench round it, it would fill with water, and it would actually be a moat. I'm definitely going to look for one eventually. But you'd want to be in the stage where you'd be working in stone. Ruined it, yeah. Now this was on the other one. Here on this one here. I'll be deleting the save a little later. Yes, I want to kind of have it all here. The storage and farm and all of that stuff as a starter place. Large building. But the storage I want to, you know, definitely want to. And maybe, you know, dig down and put some junk underground so to stop spawning in on our settlement. What the? What's going on here, guys? Oh yeah. This is the last place I logged out, guys. Ah, drat. The settlement is back here. Oh, there it is. Yeah, we went down here doing something. It's a pity. It's a pity now. The same way we could terraform a little small island, but I'd say if we did too much terraforming, you're going to lose a ton of frame rates. It was going pretty good. I destroyed the inside while I made it. And that was just my ladder up to the roof. It's a pity, it didn't look too bad. I had a nice fireplace and everything in. But you can see where I was going with this one. And I was coming down here eventually, you know, for my dock. Yeah, that kind of look. And the island I thought was perfect. But there's the water here, you see it? Now watch this. I tore this place apart. And when I started to dig down for my basement, you see? Water level. So it wouldn't be enough for my basement. It was a pity. But it would make an interesting build if you could get a landmass, you know, pretty close to ocean level, and then just dig around and you could build a castle, you'd have a moat, all of that. I think it's slightly flooded. You see how it ebbs and flows? It's literally the same script, the same thing. So they put that down all over the world, and what they did was they just built up this rock on it and then terraformed it. I wouldn't be surprised if most of it was done by hand originally, and then let's say they did this procedure thing where they can change it. But obviously they started off like that. A water house, yeah. Now I'm just here actually to start taking some materials from here and scrapping this and then getting rid of the world after we collect our stuff. So the best about this is when we take something from here, no matter how much it is, even if we got 20 times our carry weight, it'll spawn us right back in the other world right where we started. So we just make some junk. My problem here is I've already got a lot of junk. So we're looking just for the wood. I'll have to make a few trips back. And there we go. See, we can't move. So what we do then is we save. And now we should be okay. Now if we load up the other one, we'll spawn back there with all our junk. And if you don't want to tear up an entire map, leaving it like a barren desert, and you weren't going to overbuild too much, this would be a good system, I'd say. And you can delete that world and you'll still hang on to the stuff, so you're not stuck with the save. Now we'll just go back here and we should appear with all of that junk. So I'll just make some stuff to store it in. And I'll definitely move the workbench from there. And keep the chests far away from the water in case I get an attack. You see this? I'm carrying all my stuff. So, we need to build some chests. It doesn't have to be pretty. And I'm gonna build them right here. And trust me, it won't be pretty. 4 should be enough. Oh yeah, I've run out of stamina. Now, let's get rid of the junk. I mean the absolute really nasty junk. And this is why I wanted to get the basement in for all this storage. You know what I mean? There it is. Now, I'm going to get rid of that workbench. I'm building another one up high so I don't get a spawning attack down here to destroy this. You know what I mean? And that should be good. Phantom of the Opera, yeah. It's cool that you can take it from one place to another. I thought I'd try that and it actually worked. And then I tested it when I deleted the world and I still have the objects, you know. And you can also bring your skills. You see your moving character and whatever he has on him. And you can overload the character, you know what I mean? But there's only so many slots. It would still take time, but still. So we're getting rid of this, but we need a working workbench. There. Now we're back. All we gotta do is make a workbench somewhere around here. Oh, hang on. Yeah, I'll do it down here. Doesn't matter. I'll do it down here. If they attack, they attacked. It shouldn't be too much of a problem anyway. Now this is going to be an absolute eyesore for a while. But I don't think the workbench is going to mind that much. That might work well. Still too exposed. Okay. I'll have to give it a full Monty. Ah, come on. Finicky little thing. There. Hey! That's it. What do you reckon? Masterpiece, Joe. Would you use it as a holiday home? It's got plenty of storage, got an ocean view, got its own central heating, got your little workbench. Now that will do is as a temporary setup. Now, I better not mess this up. But here we go. I want to go up here. So, where do you think, guys? No, I don't want to go back too far there. I think, what do you reckon, that level here, guys? Might be a bit of a build up, but what do you reckon, that level? There. I'd say about there. Beachfront property, yeah. No jacuzzi yet. We're working on one. Yeah, this will be about right. Nice tree down here as well, but maybe we get it between the two trees. But then you see you're talking about moving this. We're probably at the same level. Okay, well, as far as I can see here, guys, would be the best level. I don't want to mess about with this. I could dig right back in, but you're talking about digging back into the side of a mountain. You know what I mean? It's going to be messy no matter what way we do it. Originally I wanted to... I think I will, guys, go at this level here around the tree. And we can grow the grass in later. Go from this level. The tree level. Now tell me, guys, I brought a hole, did I? Okay, I didn't bring a hole. Well, I'll have to go back for the hole. Isn't that stupid? Yeah, remember we went to kill that boss. Yes, we killed him. But in this one we'll have to kill him again, but he's easy. You know, I've already killed him. That's why we've got the pickaxe. It doesn't matter. It just means that we can, let's make a few more of these. We can bring back some more stuff. Oh yeah, I can kick in this show. Look at that. Spartan. Hey, Spartan. A Spartan Viking. Okay, we'll build a few more, why not? We've got a lot of junk to transfer. Alright, there's 3 more, that's enough. There, I don't want to be doing all of them all over again. Might as well. No. No, if I get into an attack, we're pretty much dead. So let's save this. It's just going to take a while to get materials back over. But it will be way quicker than going looking for them, you know. It is, isn't it? And to you too, Young. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you. And to you, Jill, and to everyone watching. Let's see if I can get some soda. Oh, hang on. Ah, there we go. So we'll log back in on the other world, collect our junk, and then log out again and then back, and we'll be carrying our stuff. Good shortcut. But if you want to change worlds but you don't want to do the grinding again, it's a good way of doing it. We have a saying here in the US on St. Patrick's Day that today everyone is a little bit Irish. Nice. There it is. I'll scrap all of this later as well. I'll bring the stuff over. I might actually... Well, there's no good using this as a seed world, I suppose. You know, let's say for resources and stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of important stuff I'll leave here, to be honest. Just the materials I'm looking for. See that queen bee? That's one of them. So I'll just take all of the wood and junk. And the stone, of course. All the important stuff I'll leave here for a while. And the hole. That's the one we left behind, guys. The hole. I guess we're going to be a little bit overloaded. Just a tiny bit. Ah. Okay. Oh, there's nothing else I want from here, guys. I think that's all of our building resources anyway. Okay, we'll save this one. And now we log out. And then we log back into the other one. And we'll have all our stuff there. It is, yeah. It is 17th. Now, start game. And we'll go back into this guy. And that's all of our building stuff. We'll leave the valuable stuff back there in case there's an attack. I'm not sure what way that goes, if it would despawn. I doubt it. And there we go, and we've got our hole. Well, we've got to get rid of this junk as well. So what are we like now? Still too much. See, the character can't carry that much, to be honest. There. Perfect. That's it, we're ready to go. Now, this is my first time doing any kind of a major terraform, so This is going to be a learning process for me, and I don't want to spoil this, but I definitely want to keep the tree. Now I'm hoping, and I don't think the hole would damage the tree, will it? We're going to find out anyway. No. Ah, that's good. Hi, Sir, Hellkite, and how have you been? Tree will lower the hole. Ah. Okay, let's see if we can put this here where I can use that stupid thing. I can do without the shield for a while. Now, where is that hole? Now, where's the level we want to go from? Here's the tree. That's the one we want to save. So we stand here, right beside the tree. So I think something like that. That's the level I want. Oh yeah, the stamina thing. Should be able to do it from this. This, I think, guys, is the level of the tree. And as long as we're careful. And I think when this could be a process, because we're going to have to get it perfect. And I think the better we get this for our layout. But I think as long as we don't move from here, when we have this lowered, and then we can walk out. It's a pity I can't do the grass seed straight away, but I think when we get that other piece of equipment. But I was practicing with this for about an hour trying to figure it out. But apparently where you're standing makes a big difference, and you're better to just, you know, kind of ease out like that. So I'll probably be going way, way back. They'll probably get to a stage where we might have to use the hole. Until we get all of those rings perfect. You see, that would be pretty right. And once we're absolutely sure, we can move out and do the next section. Yeah, I'm just a few days doing this. Hellkite. Kite. And when it was satisfied, then we're on the right level. Stamina is a bit of a thing, isn't it? Oh, hang on. Ah, I've got it. Oh, well, it will help me with building anyway, won't it? Yeah, I'll have to change that. Now, this is not a great time to be doing this, is it? Yeah, I can't see it properly with the rain. I need this as my little... I suppose I can do a bit for a moment. And this is basically the mistake I made before, not doing this. Way easier. It follows me everywhere, young. Even in a game, if I step outside the door, it's always absolutely lashing. Absolutely. So that's what I want to be doing there. And that will be my little standing spot there. I would like to get that little settlement around that tree, within reason. Now, if I had the concrete, we could build some nice paving in that, but that's not going to work here. I might be able to do wooden decking, I suppose, but it will look horrible, you know, in the rain. With a bit of luck, maybe I might be able to get a roof coming off that tree. But that's all I can do from here, I'd say. And I can't really... Well, I suppose I could walk a bit. I think we go on sleep, guys. This rain is driving me nuts. I'll have to change that power to something different. Oh, we won't be able to sleep either. Gotta be kidding me. We've got to cover that stupid fire. I think I'll build it down here. I know. It's a brilliant build. My hovel. Oh my. It has not stood up to the weather conditions. I think so. Yeah. The rain is pretty intense, isn't it? Took me ages to figure this out. Obviously that will collapse in a moment. But hopefully not until I get some more of this shanty stuff on. I don't want it to be a masterpiece, just to cover our fire. There. As long as it's... Ah, you little... Here, might be able to stay there. Okay, we'll have to do some kind of structural support. It's getting dark now. Good God. There. With a bit of luck that won't hold it. I might do. Oh, the workbench is not down here. Oh, it is. What's the missing element? There we go. There we go. Bed needs a nearby fire. You gotta be. Okay, it's gone out. Okay. Okay. We can do this. Okay, I'm starting to get ticked off for this now, to be honest. Going for wood. Okay. There. Now let's give it a shot. I just want something very temporary. We are good to go. We're probably... Nah. It's not gonna work. No, it wants me to build a real deal. Here, hang on. Let me get rid of that. I'm thinking about this all wrong. There. Burn, baby, burn. There it is. There you go, Joe. You are wet. You know what? You're never happy, are you? I'm still wet. Okay. I think we're okay now. Yeah. I think we might be getting too much of the elements here. I wonder if we chance one more without this whole thing coming down on our heads. Suppose we've got to wait here till we dry. He'll be sorted out later with something decent. It's the least he could do for me. Ah, come on. I know I'm wet. How long does it actually take to dry off, guys? Ah, there it is. he's steaming. Yeah, he's literally steaming like a boiled ham. Was that steam I seen? Comfort level 4, really. Hey, it doesn't take much, does it? There. All I was doing is waiting for the rain to be over. It's taking too much time. The second I get this organised, I'll build a log cabin for that. Well, I want to get all the work stuff inside. So, once we get this done, I want to build a large basement. Just got to get used to the terraforming stuff and this. And the pieces as well. Now, you know what my eyesight is like, guys, so I'm going to wait a little bit until, oh, do you know what I could use here, guys? To see if we're going okay. I could put down some pieces of wood to check the level. Just to make sure we are terraforming this right. You know, they will kind of provide a kind of level for us. Just put some down temporary. That would probably work. Now, let the fun begin. Oh, nasty chest infection. Okay, a little bit more light. We stand here. Okay, well, I don't really need a light for this. I think we might be able to muster up a level with this. Yeah, it looks pretty good, doesn't it? Oh, the workbench. Yeah, okay. I'll craft you a workbench. Yeah, I'll put you here. Now, it's looking okay. Guys, this might work. That is pretty level. That is pretty level. Hi, obsolete Tsum. Thanks for following. Appreciate it and welcome to the community. And how have you been? It is obsolete. Is that how I pronounce it? Tsum. And welcome in. Yeah, this will be a good guide for us, guys, so we can see if we're going kind of iffy. I think we've got it, guys. Let's repair our tools. Oh, that's right. It's not going to let us do that. We'll wait till they break down. Right, let's get going. So we can go from here. Not a bad system. Oh, fine, thanks. And you, Tsum. And how have you been? I'm an absolute newbie at this, so... You know, I'm kind of learning the ropes as I go along, but... I want a pretty level area here. It's a learning curve, but it'll be worth it if I can get a nice, you know, level area. Okay, I think, guys, we bring out the heavy. We bring out the heavy guy. This is the first time I've done this one. We just got the pick. Nice. Oh, you silly. Now this is where we've got to be careful. We really should be upgrading that pick, but we'll see. I see we got an uninvited guest as well. Well, it doesn't matter anyway. We've got to eat. There. Now I see there any other large rocks we'll have to move. Yeah. Oh, there's gotta be a few alright, isn't there? This is nice. We can move rocks. I also just started this playthrough. Oh, cool. This game on Xbox. Unbelievable, isn't it? Yeah, but it's nice to see something kind of playable like this. You know what I mean, on Xbox. There's going to be quite a few, I think, over from Xbox. But for this kind of game, let's say, you know, just a couple of guys, indie developers, you know, this will bring in some much needed revenue as well. They can improve the game, and they absolutely deserve it, you know. It's still in development. It's still, you know, they're adding to it all the time, as far as I know, making improvements and expanding it and fixing stuff. But it's definitely, you know, I've played so-called triple A finish games that wouldn't have even been as good as this, but this has potential. With a bit more work, this could be a classic, you know. I think so. At least they blow up, yeah. Oh, the game, yeah, it's a lot to take in. Probably for a pint, but I gave him a shillelagh. All he got was the shillelagh. Yeah, it's huge as well. But I took care of the boss pretty easy. But then I did a massive amount of grinding. Teasum. You know, I upgraded all my weapons and my armor and all that stuff. But not everyone would probably want to do that. But I've seen some fights with the first boss going on for about 10 or 15 minutes. You know, the ducking and the diving with the bow. So I assumed, you know, he was really hard, and he could have been, I suppose, if I didn't kind of grind up. But the health is, you know, it's always the same, you know, the right foods and that. But I took him out pretty easy with a flint axe. Hi, Georgia. How have you been? I hope you've been well. I hope so too, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I do as well. But Sony have done that to themselves, Teesum. It would have been everywhere, but Sony has been playing the exclusive game for what, nigh on 2 decades now? You know? And not only have they been doing that, but let's say the third-party guys, which basically, to a sense, Sony is just a middleman, a store. But even the third-party guys, they've been paying them to make it exclusive, not to share it with Microsoft. So I think now when Microsoft does it, you know, it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. Sony have been complaining, but that is the most, well, what can I say, sheer hypocrisy. You know, they've been doing it themselves for a long, long time. And how have you been, Georgia? I hope you've been well. And what have you been up to? But I'm going to take my time with this game, you know. You only play a game for the first time once, guys. So Don't rush it, you know, especially if you like the game. Never be too anxious to get out and explore too much. You know, kind of take stock of where you are. You know, play down to the max, maybe build a settlement and then move on. I used to play on PlayStation and I miss Days Gone. Oh. But it was Sony that started the exclusive thing, wasn't it? Right in the very beginning, going way back to, I think, the late 90s. It can be very aggressive. Hi, Terry. But no joking, young. As I'm doing this with a pickaxe, a song keeps going around in my head. You know that Sam Cooke song? Chain Gang. You remember that one? That's the sound of the men working on the chain gang. It just came into my head. Ah, that's good, Terry. I have only just woke up. Ah, cool. So you got some rest. It's going around in my head. Ah, you see, this is... Oh, I see. It's why you push that cursor. It doesn't make a difference in what direction it looks like it's going. Ah, I get it. X marks the spot. Perfect. I get it now. Doesn't matter if you seem to be missing it, you're actually not. I get it. Yeah, just get rid of this ugly stuff on the landscape. We'll be probably using all of this. We need a big farm. Nice house. Outhouses, sheds. You know, all of that stuff. Maybe a barn. But again, it was... Oh, my, just half 6. Yeah, it's that... You see that little cross here? Even though the pick looks like it's off, it's a cross here. See? Like that. I don't want to obviously do them all, but just a few. Just to get it out of my way. See, even though it looks like I'm missing it. See what I mean? This is where I was going wrong. It looks like I'm hitting the ground, but... And there. Oh! Okay, maybe not as much. Maybe I kind of overdid it there. As long as you're facing in a direction, I suppose. Ah, you can't sleep. Well, not surprising if you're just up an hour. Still going, yeah. Oh my, I've been on almost 8 hours. Oh. Okay. Well, lucky we're close enough to our lovely holiday home. I suppose now is a good time to store this junk. Right. Let's get rid of this junk. Oh, nice. Oh, that sounds fun. Yeah, you're both on PC, so that would be handy, Cord. Just one more. Just these little guys here. Want them out of the way. I will have to upgrade that pick shortly because, you know, I'm thinking it needs an upgrade. I'll check it in a moment. Should last a bit longer then. I don't think you can upgrade this one, can you? Too hot. Oh, maybe open a window, Terry. It is, Cord. It is. There. Just a few little guys here to take out. And then we keep going with our terraforming. It's going to take ages, guys, to terraform this, but it will be worth it. The ground will be everything in this. If we can get it level, it will really make the difference. I've been using these as well, so... Oh, hang on. We got one more. I didn't realize the hole could bring down the ground so much. That's pretty impressive. Yeah. Oh, stuck him to that tree. Oh my god, that was funny. That was really funny. When I hit him, he just teetered away right into that tree. Oh, this is a lot of fun. I'm thinking you can only bring this down in layers. You know, if it doesn't work, we'll have to use the pickaxe. I think that's what we'll have to do, guys. You see this? It's not going down. I think there's a height limit. Interesting. I think it'll be a lot of this chunk as well. Yeah, I think you can only take it down so far. You know, and then you're kind of stuck with a pickaxe. It's gonna be a while before we can break in this completely, I'd say. But it doesn't really matter. I won't worry about this until we're moving back, you know, piece by piece, from this tree, a long section. Maybe going down to, and I'll keep using the wood, you know, for a guide to make sure I'm doing it properly. As long as it's close enough, I think we're good. Oh my, one moment. Just one moment, guys. Apparently, somebody has just rang my doorbell. I shan't be a moment. It is Terry, yeah. I won't be a moment, guys. My apologies. Now, sorry about that, guys. Back. Yeah, there was somebody at the door. Now, I'll do a bit more of this and we'll see how we can get on, let's say, with the levels. But I know myself, I'll be probably relentless at this today. And I'll probably have a large area and I'll start on the build on this one. But I'm kind of held up until I kind of get this out of the way, you know. Even from here, if we want to, even without even building another one, as long as we have a decent place for farming and storage. But I want this for mostly storage and farming, you know. This would be ideal. Now, I'll get a little bit more organized as well. I'll bring that and I'll build something decent here eventually. I'm just kind of doing this and kind of learning as I'm going along, you know. You see that? I think some of it is just too high. You see what I mean? It might need a smack of a pick. Yeah, some of it is too high. But it doesn't matter as long as it doesn't come up to the floor, you know. Although I would like it to be, you know, reasonably. Let's see if that helps. It can raise the level as well, level. Oh, hang on. Oh, drat. Okay, I'm carrying too much. I'll have to make some kind of something here for holding the stones and stuff. Yeah, we'll build it over there. Nothing fancy. Oh, it's the stone that's doing it, guys. There. That would work. You see, it's starting to get dark now, but we can build it up. If I mess up anyway, we can build it up, you know what I mean? But I think that thing there only works for a certain height. And then kind of goes all over the place. This is going to be a perfect learning experience on this. Well, this is something, I suppose, to the extent that I want to do, would probably take a long time. I'll probably do it in sections. But most of this I'll do, let's say, when I'm not streaming. I know it mustn't be that good to watch. Very interesting for me to do, you know. See, I think we get a piece of stone every time we do this as well, so. Okay, it's time for us to get a little sleep. So what I'll do is, once I get this reasonable, I'll go back and I would like the house to be pretty close to this. You know, maybe the edge of the house coming from about here. I think would be nice. Nice and close to that, you know. Something around the same size, about 9 by 5, but yeah, if I'm doing a basement, yeah, I would have to be careful. But we're totally high enough, I think, now, let's say, from the water level here. I don't think that will catch us again. I'll have to sort out some cooking as well later. I can use that food to give me more stamina and get this done quicker. But I've been on almost 8 hours. So I'll go a little bit longer. And what I'll do then is get something to eat. I know I'm saying I'm going to get some rest, but what's going to probably happen is I'll watch TV for a little bit and then probably come in here again and get this done. I'm Majestic. And to you too. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you also. I hope you've been well. And how have you been doing, Majestic? But I think, you know, if it's possible, and I think it is, to get our own ground level going, this would be, you know, pretty nice, although it's a big job, isn't it? But not impossible. But you're thinking, like, if it's going to be huge, you're talking probably many hours. But having said that, you know, I've often spent many hours on Fallout doing the same. So, no difference really in this, is there? Oh, that's cool, Terry. Oh, that's good to hear. Not too bad, running a bit of a chest infection. And a kind of cold. Yeah, I was pretty weak yesterday, so I slept a lot longer than usual. Of course, this game didn't help because, you know, I was doing a bit on this. I'm finding the game pretty engaging, you know. And I haven't played a game that I really like, let's say, since probably Fallout or Witcher 3, you know. So this will probably take up my time for a while. Oh, well, thank you, Derry. But I prefer to do this in daylight. I cannot see a thing on in this. The same with the dungeons in Skyrim, you know. So, how's your day been, Majestic? And what have you been up to? Once I get enough light for these old eyes, we can carry on then. And we started actually from the base of the tree. And that's a pretty good level. As long as I don't come above this, you know, and get it reasonably flat, I think I'm good. And I can use this, you know, later in a kind of grid section. And we can kind of use it like a spirit level, I suppose. But I think I'm getting a feel for this kind of whole thing. Right, let's give it a quick shot here. I think that might have to be taken down again. Yeah, it's not the greatest. It's a pity it wouldn't bring it down, let's say X amount. You see that? That would need a pick. But this is going down now. And that will probably have to, I'll have to raise that up more. That would need a pick there as well. So we just get a nice line here. Oh, stamina, of course. Get a bit of stamina from that one. Well, if you're not feeling up to it, Terry, you know, if it's too much stress for you. But maybe, you know, if you are, it's probably better off if you do, you know. Regardless of what your dad says. You know, you don't want to be kind of regretting it later, you know. It would only take maybe an hour, you know what I mean? Working until later, then going to watch a friend play some, oh nice traditional Irish music at dinner with some family. Oh, that sounds good. There. So I think I'm getting the hang of this. See here? That would need a pick again. Which would be probably best to do this as you're doing your settlement. You see that there? I think, yeah, we can actually raise the ground. You see that? It literally... It's doable. It's nasty, but it's doable. It can be done. You'd have to be, you know, fairly meticulous at this. See that there? That's too high to move. And I want to be careful here. You know, you'd have to do something like that. Oh. You see, this is the problem. I better upgrade this stupid thing. That's going to keep letting me down. I wonder if I've got the materials here to upgrade it. Or repair is free, so... Upgrade. No. It doesn't upgrade, guys. The pickaxe does not upgrade. Okay. Looks like we'll be doing a lot of repairs. I better, you know, once I get a big area here, I'll sort out a proper area for fixing that stupid thing. But I think this is doable. We just gotta hit the high spots. And even if we make it a little low, it's okay. As long as we don't overdo it. You know, like that there. I think I'm getting an eye for this now. See that one there? So what I want to do is I'm going to cut this. It's going to be a big job, guys, to be honest. To cut this, I'll just make a trench here. The way I want to go. And then eventually keep going back. I know it's a big job. I wonder, can we get a better pickaxe than that? I don't think so. This will give us our line. This will be okay for a while. I might be able to platform this. You know what I mean? Bring this up on a height with some stairs maybe later. We could probably wall it down. This is a massive job. The second I get an area enough for my house, I'll do that because it'll be easier for me to start the storage thing and that, and then, you know, do this piece by piece. It's not impossible, but it's not going to be easy. It's definitely doable. But for the meantime, I should be working on this little thing here, you know, the easy area. Probably raising it up as well. So what I need to do is, what I'm going to do actually, I get a measurement marker from here, you know, nice square with some wood like that, and then kind of, you know, down like that. We get a nice square, you know, in line with this, obviously. Doesn't have to be perfect. Something like that would probably work. Oh, you wanted to stay home. Well, that's different then, Terry. See, that's our level there. That's not exist. Yeah, it probably is. Oh, there we're doing it, guys. Ah, there's a rain. Missing requirement wood. Well, I can scrap these later, but the rain is gonna kill me. And I'll use this, but to be honest, maybe I should be more this way. You know what I mean? You know, keeping it in a straight line. Well, we can do this in the rain. Let's save a bit of time. This is looking a little bit off center. But I get the feeling groundwork will be pretty important in this game. Now. See? I really gotta find a different place for that power. Well, it's really not gonna make a difference, is it? Yeah, we might as well go from here then. Yeah, that looks okay, guys. Almost perfect. About 6 past that would do. I could always extend out later if I wanted to. Okay, we need wood and all of that junk. I'll get more organized in a moment. This is a big job. But still, I think it's gonna be fun. Definitely fun. A challenge. Ah, the rain doesn't matter. Let's say for laying the wood. That we can tell if we're making the right level instead of guessing. See, I don't like the way it's going this way, guys. That's not right. That is definitely not right. I want to be going like, let's say, you know, that level there. But that's the way the grid is laid out. You know? It will come out massively here. That's not gonna work. No way is that gonna work. Okay, we'll have to twist it. I get my levels all twisted because I'm not building up half a mountainside there. No, I'll have to change these. You see what I mean? It's going sideways. But it's like a kind of grid snapping thing here in place, so... There, so we go 1 degree, and that's more than 1. Maybe, hang on. That one there. I think that would be the way it is. Or the way it should be, at least. There. Hey, that's not bad. Although it's wrong, but still. So how many are we out now? 1, 2, 3, 4. I said 6, wasn't it? 5, 6. That's not bad. I see. It will still be. To be honest, it's something like that you'd want. You see that one there? That's almost the same. And the rest? No, you can't. It's that or nothing, guys. I think that. You know, there's degrees you can move this. Yeah, that will have to do. I'll have to build it up, I suppose. Or I could push back a bit. Yeah, if I could push back a bit, that would help. I could always build it out later if I wanted to. Let's say from here. We don't necessarily have to be halfway on the tree. Here. Let's go down and sleep this off. Oh my, hang on. Yeah, I've been on over 8 hours and it's... My god, it's after 1 PM where I am. Here, let me just save this. Oh, what I'll do is I'll raid someone, guys, and if I get time today, it's 1 PM. I might be able to come back on maybe about 5 or 6. Just need to get some sleep. Need to get this out of my systems, you know. But I definitely need to get something to eat. Yeah, definitely. This is like Fallout 4 and Skyrim all over again, Joe. The obsession is starting to come back. The old gaming obsession I had. Oh well. Yeah, and my dogs anyway. They've been giving me dirty looks for ages. And you too, Terry. It's starting to take over, yeah. I might have to see a therapist or something. But it's got so much potential. You know, the chance to terraform the ground. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, same as me. I have absolutely zero to do. But I'll see if some of our friends are streaming, guys. And then I'll see if I can get something to eat. It's actually been a while since I've eaten anything. After 7 hours I just woke up and started playing this, so I'd say well over 20 hours. And about 20 hours ago I just had some toast. Do you know what it's like when you have a cold or flu? You're not really in the mood, you know, to be eating. But still, gotta keep up my health, I suppose. Oh, Toby, I know. I'm almost ready, Toby. You good doggo. And you too, Majestic. Yeah. And you too. I hope you have a good day. It's just a silly little cold. Maybe a tiny bit of a chest infection. I'd say in a few days I should be over the worst of it. Yeah. So, goodbye, Young and Jill, Majestic, Suburban Werewolf, Terry, Tigger, Hufflepuff, Granny Vats, Vault 33, I think we mentioned Joe and Young and Majestic. And thanks again, guys, as well for the follows and the raids. Appreciate it. And of course, Court, have a good one. And Dropout. Oh, hi, Dropout. It has. And how have you been? Yeah, I've been on 8 hours and 20 minutes. I was just getting ready to raid. Have you just dropped in, or were you lurking a bit? It's been ages since I've seen you. Yeah. Have you stopped streaming, Dropout? Hmm. And you too. And you too. And bye, Terry. Hmm. Yeah, I haven't seen you around. Maybe you change your time. Let's see what else is here, guys. Well, nice to see you again, Dropout. Yeah, a big break. I'll come back soon. Ah, that's good. You're better off when you're burning out to take that break, you know what I mean? Because if you push, you'll just probably never stream or even play again. Very, very easy. This is why I'm going to be on this for a little while, so I don't want to burn myself out on Fallout, you know what I mean? And of course Georgia and Obsolete Teasum. Take care, guys. I hope you have a good day, Georgia. Yeah, you need for just to get away, even if it's for a month or two. Come back refreshed. And I suppose, yeah, it's the same with streaming. Or with gaming and streaming. It's almost the same, really. Let's see what else is here, Young. And of course, Sir Halkite. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. And Ocean Drainer. And of course, James. Have a good one, James. And let me see. And the Left Fist. And Das, of course, Das. And Bamboozle. Sorry, I missed that message. Ark Survival. I've heard that, alright. Yeah, if I don't reply to anyone, guys, it means I've missed a message, so just remind me and I'll check it. I would never purposely, and of course Hatros, I would never purposely ignore anyone's message. But I can be a little absent-minded, and when the message board moves too quickly, I keep missing messages. Right, so I will quickly check and see who's streaming, and I will be back tomorrow again, and hopefully I'll have something done with this settlement. Although the groundwork is a big job, but I'm looking forward to it, to be honest. I'm going to try and get most of it done today, and once we get the settlement up and running, we can get back into the game. We only have the starting materials, but we could still do a decent job, a reasonable job. We haven't got any grass or any kind of, cobblestone or that, but we should be able to do a half-decent job. But there's even a possibility I might come home for a few hours today as well, But in the meantime, I've got to get something to eat and tend to my pets and then get some rest. Hopefully drop out, yeah. Yeah, oh, mind. Yeah, pretty much the same, to be honest. I raise from my crypt about midnight, 1 a.m. and then stay up for a while and then doze off, the usual thing. And that's basically how it is for me. So I'll check, guys, and I'll see who's streaming. And again, thanks everyone for watching. And if I've forgotten to mention anyone, my apologies, but to everyone who was watching and lurking, I appreciate the support, guys, and thanks again for the follows and the raids. And yeah, I hope you all have a great day and stay safe and take care of yourselves, guys. So what I'll do, I'll check and see who's streaming, and hopefully I'll be able to do an early stream today along with my usual time. But knowing me, I'll probably just keep doing this groundwork. I'm finding it really interesting. Now, let's see. I've got to do this from my Xbox from here. Yeah.